just get mad. I'm like, stupid. Anyway. All right, so chat. Now is the time to say hello, YouTube, just for the sake of the VOD. And we're gonna start this VOD off with a little gimmick, and it's a very simple gimmick. What is the worst antivirus that you should never use? I'd love to know. Give everybody in the chat some tech advice. Norton, there you go. Kind of curious what the first one everybody pops, what pops into their brain immediately. Because for me, it's, I think the hardest one to uninstall is McAfee. The worst one in my experience has been Norton. But what if your name is Mac Daddy and you're Sir Mix-a-Lot? Then wouldn't that be a good thing? Suited Giraffe? Because apparently AVG got back. Anyway, let's prepare thy body. Avira? What even is Avira? That sounds like a cream that you'd put on an infection. I always thought it was bloatware, to be honest with you. Not really a virus. Just really annoying. Just really annoying bloatware. All right, so currently, everybody is locked inside. Currently, everybody in the fort is locked inside. And the reason everybody in the fort is locked inside is because moods are not good. They were a lot worse. The reason moods are not good is we've had a couple really big sieges recently. Fortunately, I was able to set one on fire by just like erupting lava all over their faces down here, which is very nice of them to show up in the most convenient spot for the siege of all time. So I'm very happy they did that. They started a siege like right here, and I just went and just bubbled lava all over them, and it's good. Also, Darius, thank you very much for becoming a YouTube member. This week's been very slow for money, so I appreciate you. Anyway. Windows Defender is an anti-malware, isn't it? Well, yeah, no, they showed up on map, and then they went gurgle, 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 and died. You know, as you do. Because lava went everywhere. I accidentally lava'd all over their face. And then they turned into melty mush. It's great. It's good times. So that's what we did to them. I'm going to try and upgrade this area a little bit. I'm going to build like a trench around here and fill it up with lava. Also, Corey over in the YouTube chat, also becoming a YouTube member. Twitch chat, you got to step up your game a little bit. Remember, Prime subs exist. You should check if you have a Prime subscription that is up. I'll stop being money weird for a second. We're going to scroll it up. I think I need to turn the Dwarf Redemption on, but I'll do that once, because I turned it off for another game that we were playing. But first, we're going to do a little bit of a fort tour. This is where all the tombs are, where all the dead bits go. Thanks for the $1. It's all good, Darius. Thank you. It just gives you beer over there, you know? It's useful. Very important. Used Nod 32 before. I don't know what that is. I've just my main internet intelligence thing is just don't be an idiot on the internet. Also, Black Flag Redneck is once again carrying the YouTube chat and chucking out 5 gifted memberships. So if you're watching on the YouTube stream, go take a peek. Maybe you just got gifted a membership. You love the crypt level? This level? It's got a few levels. We kind of need to get rid of these doors. The doors just look kind of bad. I want to do something more with this portion that isn't just put the doors there, but we'll figure it out eventually. This layer is kind of, that's a smooth floor, okay. This layer is kind of for gravestones. Let's actually see if I have any gravestones that need to be placed. Anonymous, thanks for the 5-pack of gift subs. Appreciate you. There you go. Twitch chat is catching up a little bit. Thank you, YouTube. Thank you, Twitch. It all goes to the same place, so. It's teamwork, if you will. And then the bedrooms, well, bedrooms, all the way up to the top. And then, of course, the tavern lair. Currently, this fortress is a necromancer fort, meaning there are 2 people in charge of this fort. We have Bonesaw, and we have Geotrack. GeoTrack really wants me to make some spears, so I should probably make 2 spears. I'm just gonna pause real quick and go here, and go here, and go here, and go here, and go copper spear. 2 of them. Most of the jobs in the fort right now are paused. So vast majority of the jobs, except for food, are paused. And we are in a borough called Happy Break La La Land. Although I ran out of text, so it's Happy Break La La Land. Which is basically just all of the areas that the dwarves, for immediate needs, dealt with in the fort. Thank you very much, seriously, for the 34th month, Prog for Hire. Greatly appreciated, man. Seriously. So this fort, we're trying to just keep people happy. We're trying to make mood better, because we had, I think, 70 dwarves at this level of anger at one point. So we're trying to fix that. What we've been doing behind the scenes is this squad has been repeatedly attacking people. Yesterday, we took over not 1, but I think 3 locations. Yeah, we took over a necromancer tower. We took over Sack Channels, a dwarven fortress, and then my faction renamed the name of it to the Bust of Seeds. So the Bust of Seeds is the group that is running a fortress called Sack Channels. You can't make this up. I didn't make it up. Yeah. Anyway, and we also took over this Hillix. So my current goal right now is to run this fort for a couple more days, I guess, a stream or 3, I suppose, and take over a few more sites and become as big evil as possible on this volcano. Because the next fort that we build within this faction, also we have a ton of Hillixes that have popped up around that are all connected to me. Because the next faction I want to play is the Rack of Lobsters, which is the dwarven faction that we are currently at war with. By the way, if you're watching on Twitch and you happen to have $1 worth of bits, or a resub or a Prime subscription on your account, you could start a hype train. That's bad. Then you maybe will get emotes that you don't want. It's a great deal, really, for me. Maybe not for you, but it's a great deal for me. So I will talk about it once and then forget about it for the rest of it. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure where we're going to put the next fort. I mean, the Rack of Lobsters are also quite a large faction. They extend all the way up through these mountains up north. So the next fort we play in this faction, we're literally going to be attacking my own fort. I'm not going to scuttle this fort. This fort is going to, it's like Busta Rhymes, but like Busta sun. It's like when you're chewing on sunflower seeds, right? You bust a seed. That's totally what that is, right? So the goal for the next little bit is to become the big bad evil guys, which is why the title of the stream is Necromancer Overlords. I don't think we need a fort tour, but, you know, we have dragons, we have elephants, we have a pretty large collection of bears, lots of copper ore, lots of gems and stuff encrusted with gems, lots of very valuable things, and, of course, a giant volcano evil lair. You know, it's a good time. Bustin' makes you feel good. Got it. Noted. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. The elves have arrived, and somehow aren't pissed at me. Also, Fleshy Haim is where these elves came from. I can understand why they're friends with us, as we are evil, right? They will let me have 25 trees. That's totally fine. You didn't know this game had factions and war and stuff? That's cool. Think about it this way. Playing a game of Dwarf Fortress is like playing a really, 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 really slow game of Civilization, and the fort that you're playing is like one tile of Civ. So as you are playing, and hearing news and rumors center on fort. Okay, I haven't spoken with any diplomats recently that have given me any news or rumors, and I also don't have any poets. But if there were poets in my fort, or mercenaries or traveling bards or anything, they will share rumors, and occasionally you'll get a pop-up in the side that says they're sharing rumors, or they shared rumors from beyond the name of your fortress. And what that actually does is it lets you see these little dotted lines of like refugee groups or armies moving around or places attacking other places. But because we're a very insular, isolated fortress that doesn't really speak with the outside world because we're under siege so often, I have no idea what's going on in the rest of the world. When you play adventure mode and you move around, you'll actually find a lot more little sites around everywhere. These are campsites, which are just wandering weirdos. They're mercenary groups that are moving from place to place and attacking places. Armies set up camps and move. In the combat video from Adventure Mode that Kit Fox put up on their YouTube channel with Tarn in it. Let me just grab it real quick. Somebody actually said that they were worried about this video because they said that it seemed like the place that they were attacking was very small. But what he's actually attacking here in like once he where's the actual thing in the overworld where he drops down? This little site that he's walking towards here, these little dots, these are campsites, right? So these little campsites, when he actually walks towards it and it zooms in, that right there, and he zooms in again and then goes and fights with his little adventuring party with these goblins. This is a traveling group of goblins. They could be thieves, they could be child snatchers, they could just be bandits just moving to another town to beat them up. You don't see these in Fortress Mode, but they're everywhere. And they are little groups of people moving from place to place, right? New Warband 2D. I mean, I would be careful to call Adventure Mode like Mountain Blade, but turn-based in 2D. But, like, there is a comparison that you could make there, right? Just like there is a comparison to something like Kenshi, or there is a comparison to something like Battle Brothers, even. But I have to be careful to make that statement because, like, those are games that stand on their own as a video game, right? Adventure Mode is a really cool way to play Dwarf Fortress when you're not playing Fortress Mode, but Fortress Mode is the more engaging game mode of the two, if that makes sense, for most people. Some people really like Adventure Mode and play it as their primary mode. In fact, like, maybe once or twice a week, somebody will tune in the Twitch chat and just be like, man, I only ever play Adventure Mode and I'm still playing version 47 and I can't wait for Adventure Mode to come out because so then I can play it with graphics and with the new UI. Like, there are people who do that. Hello from Canada, Tibbo. But the number of people who prefer Fortress Mode over Adventure Mode is pretty high. I remember before Dwarf Fortress released on Steam, I put a poll on my YouTube channel, which is, for those of you who play Dwarf Fortress right now, what mode do you play the most? And it was, you know, Legends, Fortress Mode, Adventure Mode were the three options, right? Fortress Mode was like 70%. And Legends was like 2%. And Adventure fits in the middle. And something that Tarn said during the last interview that he kind of brushed over, I need to make a YouTube short about it to kind of highlight that bit. But something that he said that I'm very excited about is I'm not sure if that'll be before we do. I'm not sure if we'll do Adventure Mode Legends integration first or Fortress Mode Legends integration first, or those both at the same time. But what that more or less confirms is Tarn wants to do something that I've been screaming for, and I know chat's been screaming for, and the community's been screaming for a long time, which is quite literally, if you could just hit escape and just see save and quit to Legends, and then resume game, yeah, it would be a load screen, because it would have to save the game and then load Legends. I would do that like every 20 minutes. And my Legends time would go up so much, and I'd be so excited if that happened. Before we trade with these elves, I'm just going to go over here and do this. Go here and click this button. All right. Anyway, I've done a lot of babbling today, but I don't really know where that came from. It's funny, like, I slept weird last night. Like, I woke up and was really groggy when I woke up today. Like, I woke up in the middle of REM sleep kind of feeling. So I woke up feeling kind of shitty. And, like, I've woken up in the last 10 minutes, so it's good. Every time a Merc or a Treasure Hunter shows up on your map with 20x kills and a legendary ab weapon, you want to stop everything and read about their history. No, totally, yeah, and they probably have a cool story, too, right? Or, like, when you get a migrant that shows up in your fortress, perfectly normal migrant, and then you look at their description and it says that they were an overlord of a mercenary group at one point, and you're like, buddy, what? Yeah, no, I like that. That's the biggest issue with Legends is you have to, like, double your save files right now, right? So I'm not going to remove the dwarves from this pretty sealed off burrow, but I am going to try and trade a little bit with these elves. Which is right here. Let's just go at my amulets. It's a porcupine hair amulet. Yeah, that's no bueno. I'm trying to sell them some ambles. That or actually, what do I have for large gems right now? Problem is I need to find ones that like don't have anything encrusted on them. Gifting a dwarf to the first person to reply to this message. Reply to what Royal Green just said, chat, and you will get a dwarf. Scabold, I guess, gets the dwarf then, because you do not have a dwarf currently. I'm just looking for stuff that I could give away, or not give away, but trade with the elves that they wouldn't hate. Which is surprisingly difficult. Well, maybe not surprisingly, but it is difficult. Especially because so many of these items I've like encrusted with stuff, which makes it kind of difficult. How about this? Let's cut some gems. Do you have any preference? Well, actually, I have a question, Scabold. Beard or no beard? Would you like a male dwarf or a lady dwarf? And I can do the rest if you're not too sure. What kind of dwarf you'd like. You'd like a lady dwarf. All right, well, I'll search by happiest. You can be Lycut, who's currently meditating on beauty. She's reading Cosmo. That's what she's doing. Ska Old. There you go. She is shameless and absolutely unfazed by the thoughts of others, impervious to the effects of stress, and is very comfortable around others that are different from herself. She can be very single-minded, never feels discouraged, and has a very calm demeanor. I like this dwarf. She seems fun. She is quick to anger. Okay, never mind. And often feels lustful. Getting some red flags from this dwarf. And often feels lustful, is quite ambitious and has an active imagination, is a friendly individual, and she has an active imagination. She's conflicted by her nature, since she would ideally prefer more strife in her life. And she is trusting. She becomes very focused during conversations when she's trying to remember something. And she runs her fingers through her hair when she becomes exasperated. Well, that's how you know she's getting mad. And she needs alcohol to get through the working day. I don't know. This one seems like someone fun to know for a bit. I don't know about you. Ask the gem setter withdraws from society, by the way. She dreams of creating a great work of art. Of course she does. She probably posts on DeviantArt. Personally believes that deeply that chaos and disorder are the truest expressions of life and would disrupt harmony wherever it is found. You know, this might be one of the most human dwarves I've found in a while. Like, this dwarf, if this dwarf lived on Earth, would absolutely be just like shit posting. JJ, thank you very much for upgrading your membership, by the way. I'll be honest with you, I cannot remember what my membership tiers were because I made them in a manic haze late at night and can't remember what you get for them, but thank you. Dreams of creating a great work of art. And likes Galena, rose gold, and jade, and quivers, large gems, crutches, and giant cheetahs for their speed. And the sound of the rhyming verse, and when possible prefers to consume Ruther and river spirits and rocknut oil. Of course you like that, rocknut oil. And absolutely hates blood gnats. New noble? I don't know. I was going to put her in the military, actually. Does she want to practice some martial art? Be with family? She wants to fight. Well, she's fought recently. That's funny. She wants to be with family, but she has none. She's good friends with Bonesaw. Ooh. Okay. Also, Metal Closed is a pretty good name. She's a member of the Saturn Gloss cult, which I'm not familiar with at all. She's members of the Gem Setters and Jewelers Guilds, respectively. She is a legendary gem setter. and she wants to acquire an item. She's wearing a diorite crown, which is encircled with bands of well-crafted rose-cut green glass gems. Royal Green, currently, is reading Mastering the Mountain Hall over in the library. You also would like to acquire something, and you want to practice some martial art. You are a dabbling wrestler, probably because you were in the brief wrestler squad. You're frequently depressed, apparently, and you're stressed, which is part of the reason why. Oh, yeah, I mean, although you're doing okay. Like, you're kind of stressed, but, like, you know, things are looking up, you know? Like, you've had a tough couple weeks, but things are you're getting by. Tough couple of years, even. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not trying to, like, talk smack at Skabold directly here, but I feel like Skabold's dwarf is the sort of dwarf that you meet on Tinder and then wish you didn't 6 weeks later, even though it was a good time. You know what I mean? I'm just going to drop down to this layer, and I'm going to put my war elephants into here, because they are currently starving. I also got to say, these war elephants are pretty brutal. Like, look at that. This is the Convent of Anguish. Iden Snarlsaber, the Convent of Anguish. The only thing that would have, like, confirmed that 100% for me is if that dwarf was also believed that, like, lying and cheating was a positive thing. There's no advantage other than throwing more money at me. Well, thank you for throwing more money at me. I appreciate that. That's the one thing that could have made it worse. Anyway, this is going to be a pretty chill start to the stream. I'm just going to be, like, doing that trade and then reading dwarves. If we get sieged, I might actually just lock them outside because all of these dwarves need a break. All of them. My military are training in the tavern so they get to, you know, discuss problems with acquaintances. I've actually built a little military area right here and connected it to the tavern. So it's technically part of the tavern. So dwarves are hanging out and telling stories in the tavern as my dwarves are training, which apparently also trains dwarves observation, but I've never actually noticed that specifically myself. We're ignoring the forgotten beasts in the basement, and there's dragons running around everywhere, so it's a good time. Let's just check my cut gems real quick. Bar block bin. Lots of bar block bins. There it is. Gem bin. We'll just bring this over, and I will just pick out some gems that I can sell them. We're not going to sell them in the bin, though.
Over here, he has a sword!
Yeah, he does. You love the purple ground? Yeah, I think that's quartzite. The kind of pinky, purpley look. I think of it more as pink, but it is kind of a purple. The dwarves are all socializing. Talked with an acquaintance. This is Unib. Is a legendary, you know, gem setter, like most of the dwarves in this fort. Diamond Destruct as well. You know, maybe perhaps we should, Oh, also another thing about this fort is we've been killing a lot of religious leaders. Hear me out. While invading... Okay, we're in an ad break, but... I'll wait. Like the color Proust? Yeah, kind of. Is the color your dwarves like? I mean, yeah, you can kind of just go to Google and type in the name of the color. That's actually what I end up doing a lot of the time. Just looking up the name of the color. Dwarf Fortress has taught me many things about colors that I didn't know previously. You only breed endless dogs. What beasts are you looking to create, Thomas? Are you trying to get dragons? Because if you generate a world post the last patch, like after the most recent patch, so if you generate a world right now, goblin fortresses can have cave dragons, so you can invade cave dragons. Oh, also, I'm trying to seize Violent Mind right now, which is another dwarven fortress. You didn't know what Proust was before a color. You know, I find that a lot of the weirder colors in Dwarf Fortress, I knew what they were. I just never looked it up. You know, like, I knew that color. I'd seen that color. A lot of colors have weird names that, you know, aren't quite, you know, your purples, right? But oddly specific colors. All right, what ramble was I on before the ad break hit, and then I stopped? I'm sure it'll come back to me. I'll come back to it. It'll pop back to me. Right, yeah, we've been killing lots of religious leaders, and the reason that's been happening is I've been attacking a dwarven faction, which we were at war with when I started playing as this faction. I don't know why the war started, but turns out when you repeat it... Oh, actually, one of my dwarves is in prison there. That's not good. Turns out when you repeatedly attack dwarven civs that have very similar populations, refugee groups, civilians mostly, from both sides, split off and blend together, right? Because factions are very liquid, and individual citizens in different dwarven fortresses around the dwarven world, in any world that you generate, they can move from fortress to fortress. They are not, like, stuck in one civ, right? So they can move from place to place. And they do, especially if there's a lot of war. You'll see that a lot in adventure mode. Not so much in fortress mode, but you will see it a lot in adventure mode. And one of the kind of neat things about that is if you are attacking enemy dwarven forts, it's likely a lot of the soldiers and populations are actually refugees from your own faction that have split off in the behind-the-scenes simulation, which could, and probably are, worshiping similar gods to you, right? So if I go out and I attack, if I'm running Fortress A, and next to me is Fortress B, Fortress B has dwarves in it. Fortress A has dwarves in it. And I kill a large portion of the population of Fortress B, it is likely I will be killing elected religious leaders. And your soldiers elect themselves into those positions, which is great, but also kind of terrible. And it's terrible because sometimes it boots your dwarves out of the military and they come back early, which is weird because they're still listed as being in the military, but not actually in the military anymore. That could happen. Which isn't too bad. You just kind of reassign them to the military. But what I've found that it does is when they come back, that religion becomes a religion that they worship. And sometimes, I've noticed this happening in this fort as well. I noticed this yesterday. The list of religions that your dwarves can worship gets longer. And it's kind of neat, actually. Like, so we're actively, like, hostilely taking over another religion, which is kind of freaky. I'm gonna buy one of each of their instruments that the elves brought. Yeah, it doesn't matter how long I play this game. I just keep learning things. What the hell is a cob swan? Cob swan? Never heard of that before. They also, oh, chat, they brought Australia's worst nightmare. I'm absolutely buying the giant emu. Is this like corn on the swan? Swan on a cob, there you go. I do have a couple of dwarves with really tattered capes, so I'm gonna buy those and hopefully they claim them. Don't need to worry. Well, I mean, I could just buy some shoes and stuff. I'm not gonna buy the sandals though, because I can't make those. They brought a lot of stuff. Oh, okay, I get it. I just learned something about swans. Thank you for teaching me that a male swan is a cob swan. And a female swan is a pen swan. Well, that seems rather sexist of them, though, to keep the ladies in pens. It's a very like Star Trek alien trope. We'll buy cacti fruit and various other fruit. Hopefully they don't get mad at me for this trading. These are just like almondines with nothing weird, so it should be fine. Here's hoping. Brought a lot of crutches, and that's it. Yay! Oh, wonderful. They're very happy with the trading. So I really don't want to go to war with the elves, because I don't chop down wood in this fort, because there's no reason to. We've got all the beds we need, and I'm not making anything that requires wood. So I'm trying to stay on good terms with them. All right, let's, obviously, we're gonna put the giant emu in the prison as a intimidation tactic for our future prisoners. And I'll eat that swan. I don't need a swan. Unless it has a cool looking sprite. Yeah, we could just eat it. Just looks like a goose. Also because it's early spring, some of my animals died of old age in the basement, and I don't think the dwarves can... Ooh, actually, hold on a second. Nope, not this. Where are you? Right now, okay. I need to go down to here and make this burrow go down to here. Just so that the dwarves can bring these elephants here, because I need my war elephants to not die. Okay, well, at least they're eating now. That's good. You went from starving to eating. Okay, you're good. Sweet. Okay, I was just kind of worried about those dwarves, briefly. Let's check with our nobles. Do need to make 3 robes. Make 3 of those. And see if this... be assigned to that. There we go. You had a migrant wave show up, and one of the migrants almost immediately went berserk and ended up killing 7 other dwarves in the process of being beaten to death himself. And then the name of the corpse and its bits was different than the name of it in the logs. Oh, well, that's exciting. That's probably somebody who was disguising their name. I don't know what would cause them to go berserk like that, though. I almost wonder if that's a bug. Because, like, dwarves that... I have a question. Have you played other forts in that world? I once had a, this was like the 3rd or 4th fort I was playing in a world. This was a long time ago on a much older version of the game. Look at that giant emu! Holy shit, look at that absolute unit. That's a big emu. She's a big girl. She's our best fortress guard. best fortress guard. Can yeah, oh, actually, hold on. I'm just gonna full heal this wolf. I feel bad for this wolf being injured because I can't heal it. He's gonna hang out with my giant wolf. That's fantastic. Big Bird and Big Pupper live there. Anyway, I had a fortress. Oh, it's a new world. Okay, that's even more interesting. Because people, so if you kill somebody and the bits and pieces of them have a different name, then milk quartz humanoid with poison vapors. That's actually kind of scary. It's fine. It's in the basement, so I don't need to worry about it. I had a fort, and it was the 3rd or 4th fort in the world in an older version of the game. And one of my first migrants was one that had a name that I vaguely recognized from a previous fort. I think they were a visitor in a previous fort, but not a member of the previous fort. They showed up, immediately tantrumed, and almost killed my expedition leader. It was one of the weirdest things that's ever happened to me in the game. And the way the game's supposed to work now, when people migrate into areas, they're supposed to have their stress neutralized. So their past memories are still present. So if a dwarf migrates to your fort, and let's just say they watched 100 people die in front of them because you dug too deeply, as an example, they'll have those memories, which means their moods will very quickly tank down to the negative. However, when they initially arrive, they'll be neutral. They'll be like the flat face instead of potentially like angry or as stressed out as they possibly could be. And This makes starting new forts in the same world where you had previous forts go bad a lot easier. However, I kind of miss that mechanic of like just horrible things happening almost immediately. And it's kind of cool to me that you had something similar to that happen, because I think that's one of the few, like, one of the changes of the game that I do kind of truly miss. Why do I have an elephant calf up here? Excuse me. Because the last one was pretty unhappy. Yeah, no, so like if you had an unhappy fort and you're expecting a lot of migrants from that fort, yeah, they might not necessarily be the happiest dwarves when they come back, but that doesn't mean that you're like just screwed from the get-go or anything. Are you supposed to be in this squad? Yes, you are. Okay, so I had that thing happen where I have a couple religious figures that are not in this squad again, even though they're still listed as being in this squad. That's easy enough to fix. I mean, I just traded with elves, and the fun thing to buy from elves is weird animals, so whenever I get the opportunity, I buy weird animals. Because, like, why not? Why wouldn't you? Merchants will be leaving soon? That's fine. No, currently all that we're really doing is I'm trying to recover my moods a little bit and cheer up the dwarves, make them happier. I also think I have a strange mood, don't I? Yeah, I do. Pictures of rough gems. Do I really just like straight up have no rough gems in the fort? It's very much possible. Let's just poke around through these bedrooms until I find some rough gems. Like right here. See if that's accessible. Yes, it is. Where does your Prime sub keep going? It runs out after 1 month, and then you have to manually renew it. If that's what happened. Because Twitch doesn't auto-renew your Prime subs. How are the dwarves? No noise complaints anymore? So I got a confirmation from Putnam. Apparently the part of noise complaints that is bugged is workshops. Workshops are supposed to create noise, but they broke the mechanic that caused them to make noise a good number of versions ago, and they haven't fixed it because currently the game is balanced in a way that if they re-enabled it, it would make a lot of fortresses unplayable. So apparently mining has been fixed for a while. So if you have a bunch of bedrooms, say you have bedrooms along here, and then there's 2 dwarves sleeping in those bedrooms, and then you mine along here, supposedly that will cause dwarves to complain about noise. It's not actually available. See it in the subscriptions page, but it's not actually available. It's because like the Prime sub, doesn't run out at the same time that it comes up. So if it's not available, question, did you have it when you got here? Because if you haven't refreshed, that might be the reason. But I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, it runs out 30 days at a time, but it's not always available to resub at the same time that it runs out. It's definitely not a perfect system. But it should be available. That's weird. I'm sure it'll become available. It's just a matter of when it will exactly. I know I've had Prime subs run out and then I'm not able to resub until the next day. Certainly had that happen before. I know like February can screw it up. Our expedition leaders make meaningful decisions. Expedition leaders, like Stone was saying, is the earliest political needs. I think if you piss a dwarf off really early, they act as the therapist. So they're the one that the dwarves would go to cry on. I think they do that. I'm pretty sure they do that. Like the empathy after crying on somebody or whatever. Yeah, so that would be what they do then, is they basically try and cheer dwarves up who are upset. Okay, let's slowly start enacting cleaning again. I just unforbid this minecart, which means armor and stuff can start getting put away again. I'm also going to go to this stockpile right here. And I'm going to shrink the size of it, I think. Yeah. There we go. Ast the Gem Setter has created Oshashlerom, a perfect smoky quartz, and offers it to the living fire. Perfect smoky quartz. This is a perfect smoky quartz. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval cut smoky quartz. Surprising. I was expecting a different type of cut of smoky quartz. I'm also gonna place a display furniture right here so we can mount it. All these dwarves are down here learning about gem cutting. So now the dwarves can start putting all of this gear away again. Actually, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm going to put a tiny little extension of this stockpile over here. And I'm going to erase this portion of it up here. So this is going to be this stockpile now. And I'm going to go into it, and I'm going to remove the gems from it. And then this down here, which is my gem stockpile, is going to be extended back up here. Because I added weapons to this stockpile. And the current problem that it's causing is it's just made this gem encrusting area into an absolute mess. So we're just gonna do it this way. This is gonna cause a lot of hauling jobs in the next little bit, but that's okay. Now's a pretty good time to get it done. Dwarves that really need to socialize can go down here and just socialize and do that stuff. You're excited while performing. Oh, that's good, Notokasa. Notokasa, you seem to really like performing. Perhaps we should just make you into a performer. Uh-oh. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. That's good. Because that dwarf is kind of injured. We're also going to jump up to the mining task and see how many miners. Oh, I've got plenty of miners. Plenty of miners. So my dwarves are, when they show, I feel just fine. Not in a moment, you won't. Just all of these dead bodies. Just this. Wait, hold on. Interesting. Were you a previous member of this fort? Oh. This was one of my militia dwarves previously. Huh. Why? Which squad were you in? That is interesting. I'm actually kind of perplexed by this. What's up, Central Casserole? How's things? Did this last month too? Yeah, I don't know. Just give it time. Or complain a bunch and then maybe somebody will just gift you a sub and then you can give it to somebody else. I'm gonna interrogate this dwarf. Actually, hold on. What's your mood? It says that you're healthy. Neutral. You have a bedroom here already? Nope. Competent liar. Rusty. Yeah, they must have been. Well, no, I mean, they have memories from 537, which isn't that long ago here. I mean, they were definitely here in the year 537. Mechanism? Is that supposed to just be said mechanism? Also, sound named, which I completely missed. Thank you for that brand new Prime subscription. And Mechanism, thank you very much for that Prime subscription as well. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, I don't know what happened here. You have old injuries? Evaluated. Received pigtail stitches. Cleaned with yak soap. "19th of Slate."
Merc.
Chat, I have a question. Is the 13th of Granite close to a full moon? Tolis, thank you very much for the 30th month. Welcome back. Appreciate you, mate. It's good to have you around. I hope you've been good. Can you check, please, Alfie? Yeah, they've got a long friends list, too. Well, one friend asked. But they don't have any kills. 25th of Granite? Okay. So then it's unlikely... I'm a little bit worried that this is a were creature that I expelled. That's my slight worry. Palm Top Pitbull, thank you very much for the 6th month with Prime. That or this is a person who, like, left or got kidnapped, maybe? Sitting doing nothing because you got rained out. Oh, there you go. I have a cold case I can interrogate you with. Yeah, I do. That bug came back? Well, that's interesting. Actually, what's my resolution currently? It is correct. 16 by 9. Odd. I'm going to interrogate this dwarf, regardless, because that is a little bit weird. And with you, are you a similar situation? No. Member of the legendary communion. That's a good name. It's wonderful to be out exploring the wilds. Oh, hey. Do you, you dream of mastering a skill? Hey, look at that. Let's put this boyer into one of my squads. If you want to go out exploring the wilds. How about you? Oh, you are a spear dwarf. Or analytical ability, though. Yeah, they've moved it a couple of times. It used to be way more front and center, even than it was previously Palm Top. It used to literally be you'd click subscribe, and then there was a button right above it that said subscribe with Prime. Like, it used to be right in the middle, impossible to miss, and it's slowly gotten harder to find. Also brought a chick. Bonesaw is stumbling around obliviously, which is largely okay. Pessimist dreams of bathing the world in chaos, excuse me. I'd love to learn more about you. Who are... Is a pessimist, rarely feels strong cravings or urges, often feels envious of others, has little interest in joking around, can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. She isn't particularly curious about the world, and she tends to be passive in discussions. Have I been dropping dwarves? What do you mean, dropping dwarves? Oh, you mean naming dwarves? We're back to the, we are currently using the channel points redemptions again for naming dwarves, and, I will be switching to a new system in the future, unless you're talking about, like, the emote, in which case, that is a good emote. Is not particularly interested in what others think of her and can handle stress. Tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, rolls her eyes when she's exasperated, and often greets others with a hug. Mechanism, thank you very much for the 10-pack of gift subs. Shit. Can I give you some warrior? You are not on the list. There is no list. You have to get the Dwarf Redemption. Unless you got it with me missing it. No, you didn't. There is no list. But I'm working towards a new system to name dwarves, which will be more interactive. But thank you very much for that big-ass 10-pack. Appreciate you, mate. She rolls her eyes when she's exasperated and often greets others with a hug. Cackles when she's nervous and needs alcohol. Personally thinks that the entire concept of sacrifice for others is truly disgusting. Believes war is preferable to peace in general. Finds blind honesty foolish and doesn't respect a society that has settled into harmony without debate and strife and doesn't care about friendship. I have a question, chat. Should I put this dwarf into the military or make them into a necromancer? What do you think? Because military necromancers make frame rate go to 0, which is why not both. So one or the other. Yeah, I was watching when that happened. Well, it's not 100% guaranteed to go to 0. Also, she wants to take her life off and do nothing for the rest of her days. Also, how you doing, Von Galactic? Mods, gotta get a shout out for Von Galactic, please. The book who plays dwarfs. Okay, let's go here. Well, not here. Let's give you a nickname. Well, go to necromancers. And also just reassign. I'm going to be deleting this burrow soon. Or fully removing everybody from it. How about you? Excuse me. Enjoys being in crowds. Has a strong tendency towards privacy. But yeah, I'm working towards a new system where tier 2 subscribers are going to get more power over who gets dwarves, basically. There are some emotes that are in the works, which are taking a little bit because my artist had to get massively upgrade his computer. Did I remember to post on Discord today? Forgetting if I did. Yes, I did. Sweet. But my artist was upgrading his computer. You're just randomly catching a stream and you wanted to let you know that you think as a fellow longtime Dwarfer that you're doing for the DF is incredible. Please keep up the good work. Thank you. It means a lot, mate. It's really difficult for me to take compliments. I'm very bad at it and I've been trying to get better at it. But for me, I think the most important thing personally that I think that I've done for the Dwarf Fortress community. Why is my phone's flashlight on? What the fuck? Oh, man, that explains why the battery was dying super quick. The most important thing that I personally feel that I do for the DF community is I've built my own replacement for DF Talk, right? Which was like the podcast that they had ages ago with Rainseeker and Captain-tastic. And, I mean, DF Talk stopped because Rainseeker and Captain-tastic stopped playing the game, right? Like I think Captain-tastic is a grandpa now, and Rainseeker started a business with his wife. So, like, Rainseeker's running a bakery in California now, and Captain-tastic is busy. So neither of them play the game as much these days. So like they stopped being as relevant, and eventually like Tarn and Zach were just like, why don't we take this extra time and just put it into dev time? And I missed it very much. I don't bleat. How am I a goat, sir? But thank you. It's funny because to me, I think of GOAT as being a negative thing because as a Formula One fan, Nicholas Latifi was the GOAT because he had a bad habit of crashing his car in very inconvenient times for drivers that I didn't like, and that was very entertaining. Goat Swarm may or may not, in fact, be a GOAT, though. I do know what the GOAT means. Don't worry. I am up on like the kids speak. It's all good. I like it when they think that eloquence is a deliberate deception. What's the date currently? Okay. The goats think that I am a bald goat. I'm just going to post something in the chat real quick. Don't mind the vertical videos. It's just the state of the music industry. For those of you who like drum and bass. I'm thinking about this because you guys are talking about goats. All right, Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. Well, good luck with your masterwork. Is that a reindeer? I think we just got a reindeer. Are you not in this squad? Okay, you are in this squad, so you must just be running around collecting gear then. Hog over here. You've got a pet turkey. How dare you? I pulled that up so fast. I gotta say that Van Gent is one of the greatest things to happen to drum and bass in like the last decade. I'm always amazed when dwarves don't have a goal in life. Although I feel that same way about people in person. Grounded in reality and greatly pleased by her own looks. Welcome to the fort. How about you, Dwarf? Careless and not musical. Hopeful. Well, you've come to the wrong place for that, Dwarf. I hate to break it to you. You worship Ud. I've seen a few people of the perfect communion now. I'm not familiar with this god. I need to... Actually, let's just figure out... What is Ud? U-D. There. The god of youth. Huh. Interesting. More recent gods that dwarves worship that have shown up. Because these are in the order that dwarves show up in, right? Oaths, order, and discipline. What else do we have? Thoth the Deep. Mountains, volcanoes, and twilight. Well, sparkly vampires are not something we'll ever worship here, so. The god of charity. Okay. I don't want to know about your cult of pregnancies or your faith of pregnancy for that matter. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of religions. Cheers, no banner flags. There is an order to that list? Yep, it's in the order that the dwarves arrive in which they worship. Let's follow this dwarf. Because you're going off to go seize that place. There we go. The goats think that you're a bald goat. Okay. What was on? Why is the goat? Oh, you would know how to play this if it weren't for the guides. Yep. You always found it interesting how much of DF content is centered around guides. You wrote a few of your own many years ago, and you still get messages from new players about them. You know, they're probably also getting like indexed into ChatGPT because of how many people think it's a good idea to ask ChatGPT how to play Dwarf Fortress. Which, this might be one of the worst games ever to ask ChatGPT how to play. Just because of the fact that every single, like how many ancient guides exist for the game that are super out of date. and not even remotely helpful now. But wish those dwarves luck in their attempted takeover of a dwarven home. Or a dwarven mountain home. Not ours, one of a different factions. Did I just see 3,000 job cancellations? English, are you okay? English. You're trying to drop off your trousers. There you go. Clearly you weren't okay, but... Holy shit. I know exactly where they're trying to put it too. A lot of chunking lag. And there's something happening off screen probably. Let's see, did we do that interrogation? What was the name of that dwarf? That gem setter, Mestos. I'm gonna follow this dwarf around. Everything about this dwarf seems odd. Can't find my zombie. What kind of dwarf would you like? A dwarf that's most likely to die soon. I don't know. I mean, I've got plenty of pissed off dwarves in the military. And plenty of pissed off dwarves in general. But I don't know who's likely to die. You're looking at it? I mean, possible. You could have this dwarf. I don't know if they're likely to die soon. This dwarf is just confusing me. This dwarf is just weird. Because it's odd to have a dwarf that was previously part of my faction show up out of nowhere. Because the only dwarves I've expelled are were creatures. Which makes me slightly suspicious of this dwarf. Dealer's choice, then? You want this one? This one's pretty sus. It'd be either that or somebody in the military, probably. Or just somebody who's pissed. But, here. Oh, also, this book right here is The Secrets of Life and Death. Oh, actually, you know what I'll give you? I'll give you this. This dwarf who's going to become a necromancer pretty soon. Oops. Just because your name would be funny. Can't find my zombie. Can't find my zombie, who's going to be a necromancer soon. I already read this, but we'll read it again. Is a pessimist, only rarely feels strong cravings or urges, is often feels envious of others, and has little interest in joking around. Also, I need to do a thing real quick. Let's just go here. And go up to here. And add this to here. I just want them to start getting rid of trash again. Okay, there we go. She tends to be swayed by emotional appeals, She tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, has a noticeable lack of perseverance, is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and can handle stress. Tends to be a little wasteful in working on projects, and rolls her eyes when she's exasperated, and often greets others with a hug, and cackles when she's nervous. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. I like the idea of this dwarf just cackling and, like, raising the dead. Dreams of bathing the world in chaos, and I need to sneeze really badly. Personally thinks that the entire concept of sacrifice for others is truly disgusting. Believes war is preferable to peace in general, and finds blind honesty foolish. Doesn't respect a society that is settled into harmony without debate and strife, and does not care about friendship. Likes basalt, which is good because this entire fort is made of it. Aluminum, pink jade, and goat horn. We have all of those things. Hair parchment and the color gold, spears and turkeys for their schnood, and the words of the fragrant sheen glimmer, and the sound of the rhythm of drumming, and when possible prefers to consume water buffalo cheese and cherry wine, and absolutely hates bats. Welcome to the fort. Can't find my zombie. Future necromancer. Yes. I'm also going to go to this Happy Fun Times La La Land zone and add this entire hallway, and this. And maybe a little bit of that so they can go stand in there. Speaking of dwarves that I would look up if I could, I would look up this one. This dwarf seems neat because they are a general of the Veiled Halls. They are like a larger character, but they were a member of a group called the Tight Knight, which was a military organization, and I'd like to know more about that. But also, I'm just going to quick save because I don't currently have as many seasonal saves. I'm doing biannual saves, and I'm just realizing that we haven't had a save yet since I started. So if somebody wants to redeem it, they can, but you don't need to. Also, chat room. Can I get a round of beers? Just for, you know, all of the subscriptions and whatnot today. You guys, I think, have surpassed yesterday already. Yesterday was pretty slow, all the way up until the very end of the stream. And today's going to be a little bit of a shorter stream because I have a meeting. And I just want to say kind of a, you know, thank you for keeping this stream funded. YouTube and Twitch. Cheers. Teamwork. I kind of wish, like, you know the little heart thing that's in the YouTube stream that you can, like, it's got the little 100 emoji, the weird big eyes emoji that I never know what it means, and, like, the party emoji and the heart emoji and the smile emoji. I kind of wish that I could add my own to that. Like, I wish I could just, like, put a beer, like, even if it was just, like, the default emotes, like, or emoji. I wish I could just put a beer emoji on that thing so you guys could just click beer. Because who doesn't want a beer button? It's like a nut button, but beer. That's something I should sell in my merch store. Beer button.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Exactly. Orange. Just like with a picture of, like, maybe without the hand on it, but just like that beer glass. I'd want that. All right, so we are slowly, hopefully, starting to put stuff away. Minus the part where, you know, the entire world wants my stuff to fall apart. Slowly starting to get this stuff stocked away as well. Very slowly. A beer enamel pin. You know, it's kind of funny, like, my merch store, Fourth Wall, can do enamel pins, but they have, like, a minimum order, which I need to pay for up front, so I just haven't done it because I've never quite been convinced that I could sell, like, 100. Like, maybe 25, but, like, their minimums are pretty high. So I'm worried enough about it that I've never done it. So I'm getting some lagging, which isn't too abnormal for a fortress at this stage. In fact, it's pretty. It's also partially due to the fact probably that there's, like, some pretty big... Oh, shit, there's a Forgotten Beast fight going on. Yep, this has probably got something to do with it. So we've got Devsim, who's killed 50 things. Pretty efficient cavern cleaning up crew, by the way. Who is a towering blob composed of flames with wings that undulate rhythmically. And this, which is Fiva, you could hire him on Fiva. He's killed 11 things, including a bunch of plump helmet men and a named blind cave ogre, which is kind of cool. Fiva is a huge fantail composed of pyrite. It has a long swinging trunk, and it squirms and fidgets. And those two are fighting. One of them is just shooting balls of fire at it, and this one's just... Well, they're pushing each other and not damaging each other. So the fireball one is trying to fireball it and push it and doing 0 damage to it because it can't burn. And then the other one is, well, just sitting there. So it's a rock that can't damage a flame and a flame that can't damage a rock. Because its trunk is gone. I too am confused thunder. No such thing. Planix. Griffins do not exist in DF. There are several creatures that existed at one point in DF that were removed or were going to exist and never got added, which some dwarves can like them as like the mythical concept of them, but they never actually existed. And griffins are one of those, and I just made my glasses super messy. God damn it, I'm an idiot. Hold on. I don't know what those eyes are supposed to be. I think it's supposed to be like, blushing seems right, but it's like not the right facial expression. They will hug forever. I kind of want to exterminate one of them. Oh, actually. No, I can't really. Well, no, okay. I could drop a brick on one of them. Be relatively easy to do, too. Yeah, I could drop a brick on that. I could. Let's move up a layer. Yeah, that'll work. Since when Dwarf Fortress has had a soundtrack? It came out with Steam, yeah. The soundtrack was part of the Steam release. All right, let's actually just delete this burrow now. Actually, let's just remove everybody from it. Let's remove everybody from this burrow, minus the 5 people that are not on the map right now. And this one can just go away. This one can stay. And everybody should be out of the burrow now. Although I need to do this and type in Necromancer, remove all these. And I need to go to Zombie and remove you. Although actually if I do that, you'll starve to death. Yeah, so I will leave Zombie in this burrow for right now. Ambient music is very, very good. And I wish there was like, the only thing I would change about the Tavern soundtrack is I would add like 3 songs. Because I would really like there to be some more Tavern music. But it's not actually a problem. I think it's fine. Yeah, okay, that'll do. Yeah, just like, you know, a wee bit more variety in the Tavern songs. But we're getting more music when Adventure Mode comes out, and it's not like you need to pay for it or anything. Although I guess you could buy the soundtrack separately. How did you become a miner again? You are an extremely slow miner. Hello, Dogma. How are you? So currently, most dwarves are dumping items, getting rid of shit. And cleaning things up. Although, currently, I'm gonna undump everything in here and just focus on getting rid of body parts. Which are all going down into here, going into this minecart. Also, all clothing that has any damage on it whatsoever automatically goes into here. if it's under a certain quality level. So if it's not masterwork clothing and it has any damage on it whatsoever, it automatically goes into this stockpile, which fires them into the volcano, which is very efficient. They actually hired him. Mechanism. So some of the songs, like Kogan song, which only plays when your fort falls, or when you abandon a fort, and various other songs, are actually reworks of Simon's original music. What were the options for damage on clothes? Here, I can just show you. So there's two. Refuse, just by default. If you just type in wear, footwear, handwear, headwear, and legwear, automatically go into refuse stockpiles. That is stuff that is damaged, which is like, I think it's 1 bold X or higher, so it's like tattered or higher. But what I do is I then also add finished goods for just cloth, just for footwear, headwear, handwear, and legwear, everything below exceptional quality. So it doesn't piss off dwarves when they destroy it. And it just filters out all of the lower quality stuff, and it just gets thrown into the volcano. It's a bit of a time sink work-wise for the dwarves, but it's quite efficient once it gets going. Still fighting, man. Here's hoping they don't move. If they don't move, then we can absolutely do this. Okay. While this dwarf digs this, I'm going to take a real quick toilet break. I will be right back.
Cheese for everyone! Flubberdubberdoggadoggies?
Yes, also that. And refuse in any stockpile auto degrades, fast degrades. Yeah, it's like, what, 10 times faster degrading than normal? Which is quite an increase, actually. Okay, so what I'm going to... Oh, actually, nope. I just want to normal knock you down. There you go. Oh, a force that is dark and vile has arrived and is seeking a parley. I'm going to jump back to that dwarf that's digging, because we're going to work on that first. Actually, we'll just use this. Jump back down to here. What's my best tips for dealing with Kias around the map? Don't put your stuff outside, and if you start on a map with a Kia on it, regardless of where you build it, immediately build a metalsmith so that you don't need to worry about your anvils getting stolen. Because, believe it or not, very real problem. And then aside from that, just train some marks dwarves. But if your stuff isn't stored outdoors, they have a much harder time stealing it. Like, they do try and get into your fort, but, you know. You wish they were clearer on that? There's a lot of things Dwarf Fortress could be a lot clearer about. Like the fact that you don't actually need to meet all of your dwarves' needs to make them happy, right? Hunters will automatically hunt. However, a lot of people seem to think that hunters are broken, and coincidentally also seem to think that, I must just be... Actually, hold on a second. I'm looking for a job real quick. Some people seem to think that clothers don't work. Or sorry, not clothers. Some people seem to think that hunters don't work. But what usually is actually happening is if you go into your labor and go to standing orders and go to sieges and forbidding, forbid used ammunition during sieges is not the default. By default, they just forbid used ammunition. So they fire at Kias until they run out of ammo, and then they can't fire anymore. But if you have quivers and ammunition available, and crossbows, so if you make bolts, crossbows, and you have quivers, of any material and you go to the hunters screen and you assign a few hunters, they will hunt Kias. And they will bring them back and butcher them for you. It's my opinion on Keeper RL. It's a cool game. I would like to play more of it, but I've just got this problem with all games right now where I start playing other games and then I go, what if I just play Dwarf Fort? Which is maybe a problem some of you can relate to. I don't actually know. But it's certainly a problem that I have. But it's a neat little game. I like the developer a lot. I would like to play some more of it at some point. And when I'm bored and want to play something different, maybe I'll go back to it. But it's worth the asking price. It's got a good amount of content, great mod support.
I couldn't think of anything interesting to post here.
Well, thank you for posting something interesting there, then. Ryo Shinkat. Cheers. For low-key games to play? Here, I got one for you. But this is an acquired taste. This was once described as best game to play while you have a baby in one hand. Okay? This was described that way by a longtime Dwarf Fortress legend, Dwarf Comic. Some of you from the old days might remember Dwarf Comic. This is War Sim. It requires numbers 1 through 0 on your keyboard to play. That is it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 0. Also enter. So you need one finger and a keyboard to play this game. It runs in a terminal window, so it looks like you're working, so you can tell your wife that you're being productive. It doesn't have much going on, and you can just get up and leave. It's a turn-based kingdom management game with some choose-your-own-adventure aspects to it. It's got a fuckload of replayability, a built-in Dwarf Fortress mod that it ships with, which just renames everything to Dwarf Fortress things. And also a Skyrim mod, I think, that's built in. Anyway, it's a really neat little game. That's sort of like Crusader Kings Mountain Blade if it was a choose-your-own-adventure text-based game that runs in a terminal window. And it's also cheap. Although, Steam sale just ended, so it's less cheap now. Thanks for all the Bay 12 interviews and DF game coverage you've done. Cheers, Arju. Means a lot. X, the new side of the iron means you're yeah, X is like an indicator of decay, which, as a Dwarf Fortress player, it's extremely ironic that Elon Musk loves the letter X. Because X is a sign of decay, and it means a thing is dying. It needs to be repaired soon. Or destroyed. Possibly. You've got almost 100 years and 10 forts in the same world in preparation for adventure mode. I'm a little bit worried that a lot of the preparation for adventure mode is going to be null if they add some new mechanics that require new world gen, which they might. I'm a little bit worried about that. Let's throw a lever over here. That's fair. You can just run around your old forts. Yeah, no, I mean, that's kind of my plan for this world, too. I mean, this world has a couple of destroyed forts and has actually been a lot of fun to play in. But I would like to, you know, see what River Depths is like with goblins running it. Probably full of water, actually. And I would like to get some of the artifacts back from Slap Rock, you know, and visit some of the locations I've built in this world. I think that'd be fun. And now I'm in an ad break. But yes, I do recommend you check out War Sim if you like weird games. And weird projects that started off as like hobby projects and became a job for a person. Because that's honestly one of my favorite genres of indie video games. Is thing that started off as hobby and oops, accidentally career. Here's the thing. Can't find my zombie. There's absolutely a reason for hating on Elon. I know you're being sarcastic, but... We talking about your life? What, going outside and touching grass? Because you've already checked out Worsen. Checked it out in the cart and played quite a bit of it, I think, right? Also, welcome back, Elfie. Also, so I sent a picture of that that Walkman D6C that I have now to my friend Kevin. And I'm like, Holy Grail just arrived. And he responds with, is that the original one? I'm like, do I look like I'm made of $1 million? Because that thing is literally like $5,000. The very first Walkman, which sucks, by the way, was originally supposed to be like a voice recorder. Doesn't sound great. Doesn't like have any like modern features that you would want in a tape deck. And it was featured in the hit movie, film, TV thing, Guardians of the Galaxy, which is really funny because in Guardians of the Galaxy they show him like what's his fuck, the annoying guy that Mr. Generic plays, who's somehow got the role for Mario. In the very beginning of that first movie, they show him as a little kid and he's listening to a Walkman and it says the year, and the year is about 10 years after that Walkman came out, and it's like mint condition. It's really weird to me that that's the Walkman that they gave him. Because that is like one of the worst Walkman you could have. Still have your original Talkboy? Neat. I've never seen one of those in the wild. I'll say that. I mean, for fuck's sake, a movie that like was filmed in the era where those things were relevant. Back to the Future. Back to the Future. Why am I blanking on his name? Marty has a Walkman, right? Supposedly. It's not a Sony Walkman. It's an Awia, which is a brand that I'm always told I'm pronouncing incorrectly. I just gave Orange one of those. Marty McFly, yeah. But, yeah. He's using one of, yeah, this is him putting it in. It's a different, it's not even a Sony, it's a thing. Which is much more accurate to what a kid would be using in the era, because nobody could fucking afford Sonys. Once Sonys were way too expensive. Sorry, I just had a moment of nerddom there while I'm waiting for a dwarf to hook up an obsidian mechanism. Your grandparents enjoy talking a funny story about their parents who sent a letter to a Pratt. Okay. That's kind of funny. All right. So. Oh, we need the other half to get hooked up still. Gosh, thought that was the second half. But yeah, I don't know. Like, tape deck stuff just bothers me. Like, don't even get me started about, like, all of the inaccurate video game consoles and shit from the wrong year in Stranger Things. Just don't even. Oops, I accidentally hobbied my career. Yeah, okay. No, that is true. That is true. Anyway, can troglodytes starve to death? No. I don't think so. I don't think anything that wanders on the map onto the map can starve to death. Still never seen Stranger Things. I will say this about Stranger Things. That first season is fantastic. And never watch any of the other ones. That first season is... It feels like you are watching a not mid 2000s, like an of the era monster film with really good practical effects. It's fantastic. And after watching that first season, I was so excited for season 2 because I was very much hoping that they were going to make it like an anthology series where every single one is like a short story taking place in either a different time period or same time period. But no, the characters were too popular, so they kept it going, and that bothers me to this day. All right, let's pull this lever. So I'm going to cave in this pillar. What I've done is I've removed the ceiling, okay? Removed the walls around it. And then right beneath it is this tiny bit here, which is a pillar, which is connected to that lever. So when I pull the lever, the pillar will destroy itself. And then it will fall down onto this single tile of floor, knock its way through the floor. Well, actually, hold on. I should probably, before I do this, pause. I should probably wall this off because there's a chance that Forgotten Beast could just fly up and in here. So let's lock that first. Once that wall's there, we'll do this. And then this will fall through this floor and then crush this Forgotten Beast, which should release this flame ball thing. It's like an 80s, not real. I wouldn't, chat, is the first season of Stranger Things horror? I would call it like an action adventure thing that's got supernatural creepy things in it. Audio question. What's my opinions on the Atom Amp Plus? I'm not sure what that is. Let me Google it. This is modern shit. I'm not the guy to ask. Oh God. I keep forgetting that my let's see if Stract can find it. No, it does. Jeez. I have no. What is this? Just like a headphone amp? I am not familiar with this headphone amp. I use a Zoom preamp for my headphones. Yeah, actually, X-Files is a pretty good comparison. Yeah, when talking about modern stuff, you'd have to. I'm not the person to go to. I can talk your ear off all day about like 70s tape decks and record players and early CD players, but you ask me about a headphone amp, I have no idea. Just crushing a blob that's in internal conflict with another blob. I wish I was joking, Joker, but that's literally what we're doing right now. Here comes Baby Blueford. So this pillar is going to fall onto this. There you go. See? Hey, it killed 2 of them! Double kill! Let's look at the combat log real quick. Forgotten Beast pushes the Forgotten Beast, but the attack glances away, and then that one just dies. Oh, wow, so I didn't... I see. Okay, so this one was the flame ball one. So the one that was getting attacked to just got crushed and didn't even see it coming, didn't even get a combat log for it. This one was the fire one that was doing the attacking, and it appears to just have been caught in a cloud of dust, got knocked around everywhere, bounced off a wall a bunch of times, and then just kind of exploded. Yeah, so its attack glances away, hurls ball of fire, attack glances away. It gets caught in a bunch of bursts of dust. It slams into a wall, takes its wing takes the full force of the impact and it sails off in an arc, and then its body takes the rest of the impact, breaking away the tissue. So, yeah, we just killed 2 Forgotten Beasts with a boulder. Clap. Let's go. You don't even know what you just did, kiddo. That's funny. All right, let's make a dwarf into a necromancer, shall we? Get that wing on display prompt up? Nope, because that would require me to go into the basement, and I am not going to do that. And the reason I'm not going to do that is there's a lot of other things down there that I don't feel like letting out. How do you become a necromancer? You need to read a very specific book. So I'm going to... And what was that first dwarf that I named today? Scubbled. Okay. Make 2 dwarves into necromancers, actually. Slabs are not readable in Fortress mode, yeah. And you can also only read slabs in adventure mode if your character can read. The other thing I need to do is go back into here. Okay. So the dwarf, we're turning Scabbled and Can't Find My Zombie into necromancers. And then we unpause. So these dwarves should... Just going to delete this temporarily, because I need all these dwarves to leave. There they go. Bamboo, you need to leave. Actually, you know what? It would be much easier if I just did this. Just forbid all these. You're reading a book too? Just trying to get these dwarves out of here more than anything. And also I need to go up to this, go to erase and erase these, and then enable this burrow. And then disable, well, this one doesn't matter because nobody's in it, but. Okay, so we just need to wait for you to leave. So the necromancers and the future necromancers have a few spots they can go to. And this is one of them. So I have to be very careful about this because if the wrong dwarf reads the book, then they become a necromancer. So the name of this book is Unusual Sleep. And it's an 85-page manual entitled Unusual Sleep, authored by Aerith. It concerns the secrets of life and death. When a book says that it concerns the secrets of life and death, if a dwarf reads this book, they become a necromancer. I currently have it forbidden by putting it on a pedestal on display. I'm going to remove it from this pedestal. And I'm also killing 2 birds with 1 stone here. This is also giving us time to... This is also giving us time. Okay, you know what? Hold on. Necromancers. I'm just going to erase this area. And most of this area. So you should go down to here. Same with Scabbled. I'm also going to go over to this and unforbid the bookshelf. So they should be able to move this book. Someone should come get it. Someone just called you amigo and that made your day? Did it make amigo yay? Very bad joke. Where is Yuska? Just making sure Scabbled isn't in the this burrow too, which he might be. Ah, you are not. You. Gosh darn it. Ah, somebody's coming to get it. Let's see who it is. Oh, okay. Well, it's the necromancer just put it in the bookshelf. Does anything happen if all the dwarves are necromancers? When a fight breaks out, your frame rate gets very bad. It means that you can resurrect dwarves as zombies, or any bit of dead thing as zombie. Although you have no control over who resurrects the zombies and when the zombies get resurrected. The only influence that you have over it is you can forcibly make dwarves resurrect things by scaring the necromancers. Because necromancers don't, like, just resurrect things at random. They will only resurrect things if and when there is a violence happening and they are in combat. It's basically like a combat weapon that they acquire. But I have to be very careful with this book because if I screw this up, then, if we're coming down here, The other thing that I need to do is I need to lock this door. One of the reasons I've got the all the dwarves in the burrow right now is I'm trying to get them all inside of the fort so I can lock the doors. Because I am currently under siege and I really don't want to fight them. Okay, well that's locked. That's good. So I just need to lock the one door. Did they resurrect enemies? Yes, but the enemies are not necessarily friendly to you. They could be neutral and not fight with either. They could only be hostile to the enemy or only hostile to you. Necromancers are not exactly a controllable force. They are a force of chaos and hysterics, but they are not what I would describe as a weapon that I would advise using intentionally unless you're willing to accept that it'll probably cause your fort to go kerplunk. It's the evil that takes over the world for a reason. It's a uncontrollable power. If you are very lucky, you might get neutral intelligent undead, who would end up like, what was the name of that dwarf? Like this one right here, dragon, where they can still tantrum, but they don't really have any negative or positive thoughts. They don't care about their needs anymore, and they don't sleep, eat, or drink. So they just run around and exist, essentially, which is kind of hysterical. You're at the lack of brew in the first year. Okay, don't worry too much about necromancy then. Necromancy is like late game shenanigans for crazy people, is kind of what I would describe necromancy as. Okay, where's can't find my zombie at? Okay, are you in the wrong burrow? Nope. Well, I'm gonna remove this zone from here. So there's no more socializing here. There you go. Now you have no job. There's only one place that you can go. You should also come down here and socialize down here. Ah, there we go. Read unusual sleep. This is a dwarf turning into a necromancer in real time. Yeah, I mean, like Telenartho said, if you are, Lucas, if you're settling your fortress in an even remotely temperate zone, literally just click on the Gather Plants button and click and drag it over the entire surface, and you will get like a year's supply of brewable food. Also, moods are certainly sorting themselves out slowly. I'm starting to think this squad ain't coming back. Anyways, this dwarf is now a necromancer, you see? Because they finished reading the book. So they learned the secrets of life and death. They are now a necromancer. We got Bonesaw. Now we just need, can't find my zombie to read it. And then I might just actually lock them in here for a bit. Big oops. I mean, this is intentional. But we believe that Masterwork and Artifact shields get... I don't know if... do Masterworks get the bonus? I know that artifacts do. And I know that things made of godlike materials do. Do Masterworks get a bonus? That's news to me if that's the case. I know that like weapons also get a slight accuracy bonus. Oh, fair enough. Gotcha. I thought you were suggesting I was doing that unintentionally. It's like, no, that's intentional. So I don't think there's a way for the military to get into my fort. I'm also just going to go check the door, make sure it locked. Yes, it did. I don't think there's a way for the military to get into my fort, and I don't think there's anything outside of my fort, so we should be good. Although we're running low on brews. Let's go to tasks. I'm gonna go find kitchen. I'm gonna unforbid that. I think I have any still jobs queued up. Nope, I do not. Okay, so let's go into here. I can't type. What? Why you no let me type, game? Weird. Brew drink from plant. Let's do 500. Duder, okay. I will delete your goddamn meeting zone again, so you stop listening to your poetry and go read this friggin' book. Okay, let's remake their meeting zone. The Dreams of Gods. You know, actually, I should make this a bigger portion of this zone. Let's actually erase most of this and expand this, and maybe they'll dance or something. They could do death dances or stuffs. You know, one of the ways I used to describe necromancers in Dwarf Fortress is they're basically just death metal fans. They're just black metal fans. You know, they're some of the nicest people you'll ever meet. They just, you know, have weird books on their shelves. Another thing I'm trying to do is track the Duke here, trying to get him a wife. Trying. We'll give them other books to read. And like these two are kindred spirits. You're not a kindred spirit with anybody though. I'm a little bit worried that that this ain't gonna work, but yeah, once in a while we'll revive some dead relatives. I mean, who doesn't want to bring on team like what's her face back, you know? Read Dregs of the Past and Weeps Afterward. What a name. All right, well, they can just hang out for a bit. I'm starting to get a little worried about this squad. Starting to get a little worried about this squad. One commander is traveling. Well, good luck, dwarves. They should have gotten back by now. Long time ago, even. This dwarf really likes reading. Slightly different hobbies, sure. I mean, don't we all have slightly different hobbies? Okay, so let's see. How is the actual trash heap looking? Pretty empty, that's good. Good sign. I will need to let the dwarves outside at some point. Also, something else I should check. I do actually have a bear here. You know what, we could try and just cannon these enemies to death. Let's just open this up. And pop over to here. Pop this lever. Because how many goblins are actually on the map? Let's see. More than 2. Okay, so quite a few, actually. Oh boy. There's a lot of them. Whole lot of them. But I can try and cannon some of them. I'm trying to keep my dwarves as far away from piles of bodies as possible. Some say books aren't fun. One of my favorite roguelikes ever made, Dungeon Man's, has edible books. If you eat books, they give you a big bonus. A really big bonus. Let's wait for these goblins to arrive. But I'm not actually going to let the dwarves out of here. I am going to... Okay, actually, no, I can't do... Actually, something I do need to do. Hold on. So I need to jump to my necromancers. Jump to where that book is. And reassign it to here. It's a dolomite-bound codex, so I can search for it, and we can get rid of it. Well, not get rid of it, but put it back onto the pedestal. Because I don't mind these dwarves hanging out and talking. I don't mind them discussing things with each other. I don't mind them doing those sorts of things. What I really do not want is other dwarves getting in here and reading these books. Try to find a way to become a bard necromancer just as a reference to one of your favorite indie games. Acquire a slab or a book of secrets of life and death, and then tell your dwarves to, or play as an adventurer and then read it. Would be the way to do that. Oh, here we go. Goblins made it here pretty quick. Not a huge siege, but it's also not small. We're going to wait for them to get about here, and then I'm going to turn the cannons on. There's also some elves in there with them. It's good to see the goblins having some variety of citizens in their civilization. Chat, can I get a vile force of darkness? And I'll turn these cannons on. I kind of wish that they wouldn't ask for a parlay as often. Like, I wish that they, like, if you denied a couple of them, they would stop. Did I just see a dwarf in a place they're really not supposed to be? I think I just saw a dwarf in a place they're really not supposed to be. Because, like, I find it kind of turns sieges into easy mode because you have unlimited time to prepare. I think I just saw a dwarf on my tracks in here, which means you... Oh, there you are. Ah. Baron of Oil Famous. Well, Monsieur Baron, you may want to get the fuck out of here, because you staying here means you are probably going to turn into mush. In a moment. But good luck. Minecart cannons are firing. Globs of lava directly upon the enemy. For democracy? For democracy? You mean like managed democracy? Is that what we're on about now? Ah, there we go. Excellent. Flames. Balls of fire. Great balls of fire, even. Now, the question is the Baron of Oil Famous dead yet? He might be. Ah. Well, there's a body there. Let's see. Is there a combat log for you? Yep. Gets hit by a minecart. Iron minecart strikes the Baron of Oil Famous in the lower body, and the injured part explodes. Good job. Smell you later, dwarf. Well, you've got pretty armor. What's that? Bronze? I gotta say, bronze looks really nice on dwarves. I should use bronze more often. It's just a nice color. Of Oil Famous, yeah. The Fort of Texas, as we were joking about it earlier. As these goblins, so also, the reason these goblins are just randomly catching fire, oh, that's good. The reason these goblins are just randomly catching fire is because as these globs of lava fly through the air and skim across the lava, they make lava mist go everywhere. There's nothing stopping goblins from pathing directly through lava mist. So when they step into lava mist, it just makes them immediately start melting and catch fire. And their armor gets hot enough that this happens and they just randomly start bleeding. Which is pretty great, which is what just happened to this dwarf. Or not dwarf, goblin, I guess. So their armor gets hot enough that they start bleeding randomly. If they get hit by a glob, then they go flying and usually catch fire. If they get hit by a glob, they can also go flying and then land in lava. It could, like, you know, do that. Make pools of lava appear right in front of them and then they step into them. All kinds of good stuff. Random dwarf got mad at me and shoved you down a giant pit. Really? What were you saying to him? As Nasty Ninja just said in the YouTube chat, if you want to help with the YouTube stream, leave a like on it. The bigger the like number, the more YouTube go, oh, we should promote this. You know, it's like, that's why people rage bait. It's because then people go, the YouTube go, oh, we should promote this. People interact. Except when you're me, and then you just rage bait accidentally. because you don't try to intentionally do that, and then accidentally you piss off half the internet, which is fine. Doesn't last too long. Angry little turtle? What? Oh. The Bats Rage emote? Is that what that is? A turtle? Neat. It's always neat when you're, when emotes that, whoop. That one just got yeeted. It's always interesting when emotes that you've drawn show up in other places. One of the weirdest things and experiences for me as a streamer is watching a completely unrelated stream to mine and then seeing my emotes show up. It hasn't happened as much recently because I have a lot of subscribers on Twitch. We got 913 right now. But shortly after Premium came out, there was a very brief window there where I had like just over 3,000. And that, which was crazy, and I don't think I'll ever get that again, but I was seeing my emotes fucking everywhere, just like randomly. It was one of the neatest experiences ever. All of these goblins are just trying to kill my grizzly bear. It's literally all they are doing, is trying to kill this grizzly bear. I'm also kind of surprised we haven't managed to block it just yet. I have 3 weeks before Adventure Mode releases? Certainly, but I don't think every single human being on Earth is going to stream Adventure Mode like every single human being on Twitch did with Fortress Mode. You know? You got to remember that Adventure Mode is the mode where... Whoop, that dwarf just... That goblin just had the zoomies for a second there. Adventure Mode is a mode that some people don't... Ooh, imagine being this goblin, stepping into some lava mist, catching fire, and then getting hit by a glob of lava. It's like insult to injury. Oh my god. But as much as I love Adventure Mode, I remember before Premium came out, I was jumping from stream. I was watching some streams, and the stream I was watching at the time was Disnoff, who's a pretty well-known RimWorld streamer. And he asks me, he goes, "You stream a lot of Dwarf Fortress?" And he goes, I'm like, "Yeah." And he goes, so when's it coming out on Steam?" He didn't end up like playing it that much when it did come out. I think he played it for like a week. But at the time, the current talk was, well, we're not sure because they still have to finish Adventure Mode. And his response literally was, they should take that shit out of the game because nobody cares. So, you know, like, a lot of people are kind of dismissive of it. And that's kind of like quelled my ability to be super excited, because that I know that enough of like the wider like super keen audiences are just don't care. What's your favorite mode? Yeah, I mean it's a awesome addition to the playability of Dwarf Fortress, that's for sure. It literally is a third of the game. So unless all of you guys are quietly saving Lanix and planning to gift 200 subs each, I don't really see anything super crazy happening. I mean, it'll be fun, and we'll definitely get increases. Numbers will go up. Looking forward to it, even. But I don't think it's going to be, like, absurd, if that makes any sense. What's up, Team Maiden? Yeah, true. It's also Adventure Mode Beta, which also means that, like, not a huge... I don't know exactly what the portion will be, but when people see that a thing is in a beta branch, it might end up being better for me. I don't know, actually. Because people generally have one of two takes of things showing up in a beta branch, which is, oh, I'll play that when it's out. And then they usually forget and don't play it right away. And then 6 months after it's been out, they go, oh shit, that's out. And they go play it. So there's those people. And then there's the people that just jump on it right away. And I guess there's also kind of a third group, which is they don't play it, but they watch streamers and see if it's playable. Or watch YouTube videos or whatever. Because when things show up in beta, people are less keen to jump in right away usually. Well, all of the goblins are in the killway now. I might just raise the drawbridges. Which is this lever. Which I'm hoping won't kill my bear, but still might. So this is going to raise drawbridges all the way along here and let them just walk straight towards the cannons, which are very clearly firing directly at them. You the one? There you go. Baby Blueford's gonna go pull the lever. To adventure hater. Nah, no, you shouldn't. But it's interesting being me right now because I feel like I've just been doing my damnedest to keep people calm and not to get too excited. Mostly because of just adventure mode's general weirdness. Rough color. Yeah, do I need more rough white opals? Okay. Hold on. I have to go look for gems. That should be good for right now. Lennox would like a dwarf. What kind of dwarf would you like? An animal trainer or someone in the damn library of death? Do I have an unnamed necromancer right now? I do not have an unnamed necromancer right now, so I don't think I have. I wonder if I even have any animal trainers. The thing is, basically everybody in this fort is either in the military or a jeweler. I have some bearded hunters. Those aren't animal trainers. I got butchers. Gelders. Pick a jeweler. Beard or no beard? Because I got a lot of jewelers. It's just a matter of whether or not you want a dwarf for the beard. Dealer's choice. All right, I will give you the happiest jeweler. Was not named yet. You get Cog, who's currently meditating on beauty. How come I never get tired of DF? Good question. He is impervious to the effect, because I'm not bored yet. It's kind of that. I've burnt out a couple of times, but I burn out on particular forts. Like there will be times where I just get tired of playing a fort. But I've never really burnt out totally on Dwarf Fortress. I'll burn out on making certain types of content sometimes. Like burnt out on making YouTube videos, but like, and tutorials specifically. But the game itself is just, it's constantly engaging and surprising and interesting to me. And combine that with the advantage of having Twitch chat to yell at when I am bored. I don't know. It's fine. He is impervious to the effects of stress and develops he very easily falls in love and develops positive feelings. He has a greedy streak, and he generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and he tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. He is moved by art and natural beauty, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. You have several kindred spirits, but no family to speak of, and no partners. He is a member of the denomination of Glitter, which is the god of beauty. You're bored after being able to practice a craft and you want to practice a martial art. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally views decorum as a high ideal and is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it. Finds the notion that one would persevere through adversity completely abhorrent, finds sacrifice to be the height of folly, and thinks the quest for knowledge is a delusional fantasy, and respects power. He likes Cobaltite, Platinum, and Moss Opal, Orca Leather, wow, Amber and Rami Fabric, and Leggings and Scepters, and Cod for their fins. Really? Not for the kill streaks? Strange. And the sound of the scintillating sister, and when possible prefers to consume whale shark, sole, and 2-humped camel cheese, bilberry wine, and 1-humped camel's milk, and absolutely hates snails. Hates them. Can't stand them. And there you go. That's your dwarf. You've never been in the military, never killed anything. Generally a pretty happy dwarf, too. Most recently, you've been delighted and blissful after sleeping in a great bedroom and watching a performance. You know what's funny? People who watch Dwarf Fortress say that about Dwarf Fortress. People who don't watch Dwarf Fortress describe it as dead game and they're surprised anybody plays. Some of you might know the streamer Wasted Space. Good dude. I like him. He's taken part in several of the Dwarf Fortress, not Dwarf Fortress, RimWorld charity marathons we've done. I think one of them, actually. He took part in the last one we did. Raised quite a lot of money for charity as part of my stream team charity event. I need to get in here and deal with these bodies eventually. I've actually killed one of my own dwarves with this. I'm just going to lock this door for right now. But simply put, I was in his chat about 2 months ago. And he said hi and gave me a shout out, which was nice. And I was watching. I was watching him play Mechabellum. Mechabellum? Is that how you pronounce that game? Like the auto-battling mech game that Paradox Arc put out. And somebody in his chat said, "Oh, aren't you the Dwarf Fortress guy?" at me, because people do that to me sometimes. And I was like, yeah, no, I stream a lot of Dwarf Fort. And he goes, "Oh, wow." And then somebody else in the chat was like, "I thought that game was dead." And then it was like, "Yep, dead game. Has 3 people watching. Not worth streaming." Right? Like, people are very dismissive of things that they don't watch and are very dismissive of things they are not used to watching. And it's kind of a shame, but it is the reality. We've broken the siege. So, I mean, while I agree with you that I think that Dwarf Fortress and Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode make for fantastic content, one of the hardest parts about getting established in a strange game is convincing people that it's good to watch and fun to watch. It was the problem that I had for years streaming this game. When people started watching, they never really left. They just kind of stuck around because after a little while, they started to agree with me that they thought that the game was fun to watch. But there was always that initial barrier of explaining to people why it's cool. And the main thing that the Steam version did for me in my streams is it lowered that barrier dramatically, which is why my numbers went up, right? That's why a lot more people watch me now, is because that barrier to entry got way lower. No, absolutely not. But I have 200 viewers because I'm one of the only people who's actively streaming this game consistently, who's been around long enough to be established, right? I'm going to eat a couple animals. Like, it's not even a... I'm gonna eat you. Cat. Or do you like necromancers? I heard you like necromancy. I keep the giant cougar. Actually, did I ever train the giant cougar for war? Oh, I can't. That's a shame. I'm gonna assign some more dragons to Van Ori. I don't know if I necessarily have talent. I just have a lot of experience and practice. And the reason I say that is I started streaming in, like, a bunch of dwarves are found dead. That's kind of funny. I think part of the reason that I'm, like, hesitant to say that I have talent specifically is I've just been doing this longer than most people, right? Like, I started streaming... Like, the very first stream I was ever on was in 2012, but I started streaming myself in 2013, right? And I've never really stopped. You know, you do anything long enough and you get good at it. I would state that the first few years of my streams were pretty fucking bad. Like, I was not good at streaming for quite some time. And even though you could absolutely be like, oh, well, you're great now. Yeah, no, I won't necessarily disagree with you there. I would say that I've gotten good, but there was a very large period of time where I would describe my streams as not very good. It's not like me condemning the quality of my content or anything. Like, I think it's gotten a lot better, and I think I've learned a lot, and I've made a lot of mistakes, but I think it's more just a matter of, like, time and practice. Well, I mean, here's the thing, right? I made this, the current bot that I use in the Twitch chat, which isn't in the YouTube chat, by the way, tracks hours via the ticket stuff. We gained the tickets functionality in 2015. So 17,612 hours of my bot running, actively tracking, and there was a reset once where it lost a bunch of time. So I have a good amount of time streamed. Okay, so all of these elephant calves are supposed to be down here, but they're not. It's odd. Oh, also, this is kind of a funny story that I like to tell. See how there's just vomit everywhere here in the caverns? There was like 70 hungry heads here, and then a forgotten beast blob showed up, and it like expelled poison vapors, and the poison vapors was it gave them nausea. So there was just a bunch of very nauseous hungry heads running around, just throwing up everywhere for a while. Anyway, they all died when another forgotten beast killed them, but I'm just, whenever I zoom to that level, I'm just like, that is very funny. There's just something about that that's just kind of amazing. Let's just put all of the baby elephants into this area for a little bit. Cavern is a mess? Yep. This is true. Every bit of this is true. Okay, let's go check on my necromancers. Alanartho's stressed. They're just performing with each other and hanging out, mostly. I'm trying to just keep my necromancers as sane as possible. I like how this one's socializing, but also stumbling around obliviously. At least you're getting happy thoughts while you're stumbling around obliviously. My goal, mate, is to get you a lover. Trying so hard here. Amused after watching a performance. At least they like each other's performances. Robotic cow. I think you are, yeah. Yep. You are, in fact, alive. You are the mayor of the fortress and have a massive beard. Although you may die of old age soonish. You are 157 years old, which is almost within the window of being able to die of old age. You've been away from family for too long and you would like to acquire something, but aside from that, you're doing pretty okay. You're wearing the official mayor's uniform, which is this cape, which was made in early time in this fort, out of sheep's wool. You can write it. I won't necessarily read all of it. Okay. Depends on how long it is. But yeah, and also you need to remember that I started streaming Dwarf Fortress like the end of I was like started sporadically in 2017, but by about 2018, the end of 2018, it was all I was doing. And I was the only person streaming Dwarf Fortress for a very long period of time. Like a very long period of time. And because I was the only person streaming Dwarf Fortress for such a long period of time. Okay, actually, hold on. Are you getting looped? Actually, how many? Actually, okay, I think I see what's happening here. set this to 0. And go to this stockpile and set this to 0. Anyway, I had a thought, and then this just, like, killed it. I've been streaming Dwarf Fortress for a very long time, so I've had a much longer period of time than a lot of people on Twitch and other parts of the internet. I've had a lot more time to build up a audience that is used to watching Dwarf Fortress. On rock. Free life. Rough color. I've got wood. Bones, yes. What else have you grabbed? Nothing else? Just need another... Do you need more gems? Is that the problem? You know, you may also be trying to get to something that's outside of the burrow. So I'm just going to disable this burrow now. Let's follow you. Nope. Let's try opening... Peasant was almost immediately found dead. Let's try opening the gate. Yeah, I've had a much longer period of time, and it's... People like me are kind of rare in this industry. I mean, if you go to any very long period of time game that's had a very long community that's existed for a very long time, there will be a couple people like me. Chat room, can I get a round of beers? For Agent Nye, subscribing at tier 1. Do I know when's Distracted Elf started streaming DF? Because that's when you started watching me. I think that was like a year before Premium. It was during the pandemic, I know that. I remember seeing her stream it. It was like kind of frustrating to watch her streams though, because she always tried to play it like an RTS. Like she had build orders and shit. It was like so different from the way that I play. It was like almost impossible for me to watch, even though I tried. Are those getting stored in tombs? But yeah, there will always be a few people like me. Basically, oh, there's also a dead cat here. Great. There will always be a few people like me in very long history games that exist for a very long time. But the kind of hard bit is convincing people to do that. And I think one of the coolest things that's happened recently, and by recently I mean like in the last 8 months or so, you know, we have people like Deep Space, right? We have people like Von Galactic. We have people who've picked up the game, and also people like Hoodie Hair as well, except like on the YouTube side of things. People who've picked, and also Scoundrel. But Scoundrel's been around almost as long as I have. Dude's been streaming Dwarf Fortress casually for a very long time. But Scoundrel's like a hobbyist, right? It's not like something he would ever consider doing as a job. He just does it for fun for himself, and I really respect people like that. You know, people like Cupo as well. I dropped 700 people on Scoundrel once, and that was one of the greatest raids I ever did, because he like lost the ability to speak and play video games for about 40 minutes. It was so funny. I think the coolest thing that's happened recently with like Twitch and Dwarf Fortress is that we are in an era now where people are picking up the game. Crackers, yeah, that's one way to describe them. People are picking up the game and learning the game with the intent of creating content around it, you know? And I think that is really cool. You know, people like Smitchell, right? Who's streaming right now. I mean, there's a few people who've popped up as of late. Dwarf Fortress has always had its hobbyist streamers, but for a games directory to be healthy in the long term, you need a couple people like me, right? And there will always be competition to be at the top, and I'd be lying if I said that I would be upset if I stopped being at the top, because that's just how competition-based industries work, believe it or not. But at the same time, the more people that are streaming the game actively, the healthier it is for the game as a whole, because it exposes new people to the game, it exposes new streamers to the game, and it makes the directory look healthy, which is, you know, Dwarf Fortress's marketing is all word of mouth, right? Largely, with the exception of like some help from KitFox and their marketing side of things. Let's jump back to that strange mood. Do not... Oh, there you go. Now you're suddenly moving. That's good. But Magnetite, interesting. Puts out some great. I love Quill. Quill is fantastic. Quill is. I would on it for me personally creating videos on the internet. Like the 3 people that made me go, shit, I could do this. This is possible. Are Total Biscuit, Quill18, and probably like Jesse Cox even. That or like Scene Anners, I don't know, from back in the day. But yeah, I don't know. The Quill's one of many massive inspirations to me. There we go. So they're using baby llama bone, giant cave spider silk cloth, magnetite, bitter logs, and clear tourmalines, rough amethysts, and white opals. That's gonna be a cool artifact. Quill18 taught you how to play in 2010. Yeah, I feel like it was back in those days. It was like for Let's Players, it was Jeff Major. I always want to say Jeff Minter, but that's a game developer, not a YouTuber. Jeff Major, Captain Duck. It was Quill18. Was Quill18 really as far back as 2010? It was later Das Tactic. Probably somebody I'm missing too. When Notch said Minecraft was inspired by it, did you also find Adom that way? Oh. Well. You appear to have gotten a vital force of... Well, there they go. Sending my dwarves this way, and I'll just remember in a couple minutes to make them come back. Should also move the squads back up to the main barracks, which is this one. I think, chat room, that the geared papers are not coming back. They've had this seize this location job for a while, and well, they're not back yet, so I'm starting to think they ain't coming back. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to start attacking that location again. And there's an ad coming up in a minute. When the ad hits, I will just pause the game and wait. You remember looking at Quill's programming tutorials in college? I never watched his programming tutorials, but... Snatchers. Protect the kids. Oh, shit. That's kind of rad. Chat, do I put this in my tavern, or do I put this in the Necromancer's space? This is a white opal table. It's been given to the living fire. And I will read this description when the ads end, because the ads are about to hit. Build a Necromancer tower now, full of lava. This kind of is a Necromancer tower, it's just a Necromancer spike. Notch forked Infiniminer. He wasn't inspired by it. He literally forked its code. Barely crediting the creator of Infiniminer, outside of initially. So it's kind of disingenuous to say that he was inspired by it, because he literally, like, used its code. There's actually a really interesting video on this subject. We're probably about to get hit. The ads are going to hit at any moment. They just haven't hit yet. Let me just find this video. This video. The game that inspired Minecraft but never made a penny. Also, people make games. Snubbed for Content Creator of the Year at the Game Awards. It's a fucking crime, that. Wonderful little video. Because nobody's ever heard of this guy, but... Well, actually, that's not true. You've probably played some of his games. He went on to go make Space Chem. Of course it did. There's I don't know if you got an ad, Pat, but there's a really sad scene in that video, which is some footage at, I want to say, the GDC Awards, where Notch is getting like 3 different awards for Minecraft in 2009 and doesn't once mention Infinimiter, and you can just see Zach, who made Infinimiter, just sitting there looking like he's about to start crying. It is like so fucking sad. He's like, he didn't even say my name. Also, Notch, noted asshole, by the way. Difficult guy to work with, raging transphobe. Yeah. Anyway, at the very least, he did like find success eventually, right? Like he went and founded Zachtronics. So he made like Space Chem. He made Infinifactory. Him and his team made some of the best solitaire games ever made. You know, like ever since podcasts became a thing that existed, Modier, I I think it was about, when did I get my first iPod? It was like 2000, because I got, when the first generation of little square iPod Nanos, whatever year that was when I got my first iPod. But I'd already been listening to podcasts for a while, just downloading them and like clicking and dragging them onto MP3 players. And I couldn't tell you what year I got my little Philips MP3 player. But I discovered podcasts because there was music podcasts where I could just get like an hour of free music without having to steal it. So as a little kid, that's how I found podcasts. And I found like the GameSpot podcasts. I found various different video games podcasts. And eventually then Giant Bomb. And that's where a lot of these deep cuts come from, is just listening. And also why I have soft spots for a lot of these like games writing outlets, because this is where all this random factoid bullshit came from. It's just old school games podcasts when all that stuff started. This is a white opal table. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with baguette cut amethysts and decorated with llama bone and encircled with bands of oval gabbro cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of clear tourmaline and giant cave spider silk. On the item is an image of the everlasting seasons, a steel left gauntlet in white opal. On the item is an image of Mokathi, swallow roses. Do not swallow roses, they are prickly. The elf and id mirrored bolt. The dwarf in magnetite. Mokathi is cringing. Id is laughing. The artwork relates to the stabbing of the elf called Butcher. Mokathi, swallow roses in the upper body, by the dwarf Id in the midsummer of 388 during Arast Monang, the assaults of drilling. On the item is an image of Good Charles. Oh shit! That's one of my dwarves. The pig iron shield. Oh no, it's one of my dwarves who named a shield after himself, right. In bitter orange wood. Still has a working iPod now. Oh, that's cool. You know, those things are pretty well built. Like, say what you want about Apple. I don't like them as a business, but their hardware lasts if you take decent care of it. Wouldn't be surprised if Factorio took inspiration from Zachtronics games. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me either. I totally forgot to run the squads back, but... Come on, dwarves. Just a bunch of snatchers that popped onto the map that are all moving in one tile at a time. All right, well, we were able to clear those up pretty quick. Just get rid of those bodies. I think this squad is going to leave. And this squad right here, the Lone Glee of Orbs. Ah, well, that answers that question. Turns out I actually have a bunch of prisoners in this fort. So I'm going to send this squad here with the goal of freeing captives. Let's go rescue my squads back. And I need to jump down into the basement down here. I think my war elephants need to go with. So Kib, okay, so Errol is the one that doesn't need to go. Kib does need to go. That one is retired. Okay. So we're going to send these dwarves out to try and, you know. Uh-oh. Boyer was found dead? Oh, did I lose a dwarf in that fighting? Must have. Yeah, appears I did. Well, that's a shame. All right, there they go. I might take them a little bit to get back, but... I really just need to get all of this shit out of here. At least all the bodies are gone. Yep, this song is from the game. It's this is Vile Force of Darkness. It plays when you get sieged. That's one of my favorite songs on the soundtrack, actually. Speaking of Vile Force of Darkness, chat, because my dwarves are leaving the map as a Vile Force of Darkness, could I get a Vile Force of Darkness? This one also doesn't feel that they need to bring an axe, which I think is incorrect, but are you? You are in hospital. Okay, well, I won't just remove you from the military, because you don't need to leave the military if you're just going to be in hospital. That's fine. And also, you know, I don't say this enough. You know, I've been talking a little bit today about this industry and streaming and a lot of that sort of thing. I am extraordinarily grateful that chat room allows me to have this job. You know, on YouTube and on Twitch over here. Like, if you guys didn't tune in and watch, I wouldn't have this job, right? If you guys didn't hang out and chat, if you guys didn't have hats next to your name when you subscribe or become a YouTube member or whatever's, thank you for letting me have this job, because I almost didn't a couple of times. But it was on a pretty fine line for a while there. So, thank you. The dwarves have arrived to trade, which means it's very good that the enemy siege was very short. We also get diplomacy, which is good, because they give us some news. It's been a while since we've gotten news, too. Let's actually check news and rumors. I don't really have any local news. Vile Force of Gratefulness. Yeah. Yeah, I know how that feels, Black Flag. Black Flag Redneck on YouTube says it helps him get through the rougher days. Like, I don't know how I would have gotten through my crappy night shift job for years if it wasn't for Twitch. Just like, you know, sticking my earbuds in and just listening to a Twitch stream, like, got me through years. Years. I keep on, like, feeling like I need to make a new front door for this fort. And I'm thinking down here might make a pretty good front door. Like, I've just got these big-ass pillars. Like, just digging along here might actually make for... Because this is currently the front door. But this doesn't really feel like a grand entrance, you know? Maybe the grand entrance should come up through here. What do you think, chat? This is a new game, Dwarf Kart Racing. Dwarf Wagon Racers. Coming now to a PlayStation 2 near you. With power-ups such as Armok's Hammer and Big Battle Axe. For 3 years? I did that for a whole summer, but not with NetHack. I did that for a whole summer with the original Mountain Blade, which I got for $1. It was a hard copy of Mountain Blade on disc, because they did put it out on CD, and I got it for $1. In the discount DVDs bin actually, no, I think it was a penny because it wasn't in their system. Anyway, it was in the discount DVDs bin at Zeller's in Canada. How it got there? Fuck if I know. But I saw it and it looked kind of neat. And I asked my mom if I could have $1 to buy it. And she was like, looks at it, looks at me, looks at it and goes, yeah, fine. And walked over to the checkout counter and the lady scans it and goes, huh, well, it's not in our system. So I can only charge you the minimum. Is that okay? And my mom goes, what's the minimum? And she goes, 1 penny. So that's how I got the original Mountain Blade without any expansion packs for a penny. Yeah, I never actually played Warband. True story. I played the original. I never played any of the expansions for the original, and then I played a little bit of the sequel. And didn't stick with it anywhere near as long because honestly, that's a very backseaty community in not a pleasant or fun way. And not in like the, hey, we want to help you get better at this game, more in the tunes in, says you're doing it wrong, and then leaves kind of way. And that's just, hard pass on that. Gremlin leather high boot. Jesus fuck. These goblins are merciless, man. How buggy was the original? I don't remember. If I'm being honest, I just know I played a very large amount of it. And I couldn't even tell you how long because it didn't have Steam integration, but I played a huge amount of that game. And before you're like, Blind, why aren't you just melting all this stuff down? Because I've been actively melting all this stuff down for years, and I have way too fucking much of it. I will keep those steel battle axes. Basically, anything that isn't steel, I'm going to sell. I'll keep those warhammers though. Sell these. Let's keep. Sell those. Sell this. Sell the. Let's keep the iron. We'll keep the silver. All the copper. Bronze, iron mace. That's just not good. Keep the silver mace. Sell the copper mace. Keep the iron crossbows. Keep the copper crossbows. We'll sell everything else. All the picks. Sell the bows. Sell the pikes and halberds. Do you know I have one dwarf who's using the long swords, so I will keep those. All these. I wonder actually how many whips I have. Although also some of this stuff might be in lava, so I might not actually be able to access it. Which is fine. Date palm wood axe. Are you shitting me? So much wood stuff. Not actually sure where this stuff came from, because like it's not like I've been at war with the elves or anything. Oh, actually this stuff might be in the caves. I might not be able to get to it. Also sell those. Alright. Couple items. Wasn't so buggy, just feature lacking comparatively? Yeah. I mean, it was a simple game, but it like that I lost a summer to that game. Similarly to how younger me lost a summer to similarly to how younger me lost a whole summer to the video game Civilization. Maybe you've heard of it. Civ 2 and Civ 3 respectively. I lost entire summers to. But Mountain Blade was one of those games for me. Basically all arrows I'm gonna sell. All accessible arrows. Turns out there ain't that many. So, it's fine. Sid Meier has taken much time from many a folk. That was in an eternal nuclear war. Nope. I've watched almost nothing about Civ 2 except for a couple of retrospectives about the development of Civ 2. That's interesting, Agent I. We call it the Siege Standard. That's a pretty good bit of fan lore, I say. Oh, actually, hold on. It is possible. Okay, no, we are good. Just looking to see. Okay, so these elephants are slowly leaving the map. I wonder how long elephants live. I've never actually looked. But. God. Got a lump in my throat. Yeah, that's unpleasant. It's like, it almost felt like some coffee got stuck in my throat or something. You played was I never played Colonization. Oh shit. You know what I would love? I would really like to be able to sort grazing and non-grazing animals in here. That'd be so nice. Instead of just kind of having to eyeball it. Also, another question. How the hell is this hen still alive? I thought I've killed you like 3 times now. I think that this KV can hang out with these dragons. The 2 KVs I have can hang out with these dragons, I think. Let's actually just scroll through. See what animals do not have pens currently. You don't. You don't. You're also going to die soon. That's fine, though. And you don't. There. You guys can all go in there. And also, I should put a nest box down here, because I know I have them. I just haven't ever placed them. Unless I sold them. I may have actually sold them. Yep, I definitely sold them. You don't recall all the civs? You know that Gandhi and India was one of them? Yeah, I mean, Gandhi, I think, has been a playable character in, like, every civ that's had named characters. I can't remember if the first civ had named characters. I never played the first civ. I played civ 2 and 3. Although I played civ 3 at a friend's house. I never owned civ 3. Skipped 4, played 5, and played 6. I really liked 6. But I played Civ the same way that I played Civ 6 the same way I play every Civ game. I play it obsessively for like a month and then forget it exists until 10 years when the next one comes out. The game for you that stole a summer was Morrowind. I can believe it. Chat, out of curiosity, what's a game that you lost a summer to? If you lost a game to it. If you lost a summer to a game. Because, like, I know Agent Nye mentioned NetHack, and I've been talking about Civ and those, but I guess I could say RimWorld, actually. I lost a summer, too. Rando Forgotten Beast in the basement. We'll let it live. Phantasy Star Online? Well, that's a cut. Halo? Yeah, I could see that. EVE Online? Skyrim? I'm sorry. Dungeon Keeper, good game. That just released on Steam and I bought it. And I feel kind of bad because I helped push EA games up to the top. But I mostly bought it because I'm slightly worried that GOG may cease to exist at some point because I'm constantly worried about that. So I wanted to own those games on more than one platform. Diablo 2 and EverQuest 1, gotcha. Yeah, actually RuneScape. I lost a summer to RuneScape. Yeah, the Gandhi Nuclear Menace thing. Yep, no, and then it became a feature after that. Although I've heard some reports that the Gandhi being a nuclear menace thing being a bug is actually an urban legend and not true. Okay, sweet. So squad is back. See how this raid went. Veiled Halls attacked the Rack of Lobsters at Violent Mind. Van Ori led the attack, and the defenders were led by, sorry, I just lost where I was. Led the attack. Yeah, okay. Unrolled a brilliant tactical plan. Who's the defenders? The Veiled Halls attacked the Lost Wires, the Rock of Lobsters, the Dwarf Van Ori. Very long subtitle led the attack. The Dwarf Van Ori laid out a brilliant tactical plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage in Violent Mind. The Elephant Iden, the Covenant Anguish clashed with 8 dwarves in Violent Mind, slaying 7. All right, well, let's play. XCOM and XCOM Terror from the Deep. I only ever played Terror from the Deep. Which makes me feel like I didn't do myself a disservice necessarily, but I certainly made my life harder on myself. I'm actually, okay, you know what? I'm not going to use the squad. I'm going to use the Foggy Picks, and they're just going to try and save captives. The reason I'm going to use this squad is because they don't have any war animals assigned. I find that squads that have war animals assigned do a way worse job of, like, saving prisoners. So I'm looking for another location I could attack with the bigger squads. No, it would be cool, although it's really far away. Be cool to attack my old fortress. So my camera just ran out of battery, I think. That's kind of funny. Are you back on? Oh, that's not good. Yep, it just ran out of battery. It's got a little battery symbol on it. Give me a second while I remain this to replace the battery on my camera. 2 seconds. I use a GoPro as my camera, which is great, aside from the fact that when it's running, it actually drains the battery slightly faster than it's able to charge. So it periodically runs out of battery about once a month or so. Not the best solution, but it's nicer than all of my webcams. I mean, that emote came from this happening, right? One of these days I should just go buy, like, an actual, like, camera. I don't find that stuff to be particularly fun. Okay, let's try turning this thing back on. And then resetting it. There. Why you always gotta be like that? Sometimes it resets the settings, sometimes it doesn't. hold on. No, that's not what I need. This is what I need. Apologies for the technical difficulties here. Here's hoping they're at the very least entertaining. There we go.
Over here, he has a sword.
I mean, I don't know about that. Big face, though. I could do this in studio mode and then you'd see none of this. That would be the professional thing. But then you'd just be staring at an empty screen for a bit. And I would rather just be an idiot on stream. And also, this screen's screwed up now. Anyway, that's how that emote was made. There we go. Boop. Okay, I think that's all of them. Oh, actually, nope, this one. That's an easy fix, though. Okay, sweet. What's up, Ginger? Why would it not charge fast enough? I don't know. Good question. You tell me. If I knew, I would tell you. There's a reason I said for some reason it doesn't charge. Perfect. Woo! I didn't design it. It's time for my extreme close-up. Yeah! Extreme zoom! This is the professional comedian way. I mean, it's also the lazy streamer way. If you want to make it sound like something that I'm doing intentionally, you can. And I'll thank you for making me sound slightly more professional, but I assure you, there's almost nothing professional about that. Okay. That Goblin Town scares me a lot. Like this one scares me a lot. 6,000 goblins, good Christ. Let's go attack this place. Try and steal livestock. You could only see the that's mildly distressing. Please don't talk to me about the proteins floating inside of my cells. We're apparently getting hit by an ad break in a little bit, so I will pause whenever it pops up. All right, let's trade. Good Christ, that's a lot of value. I will buy all of the bars, all of the cut gems. I wish that they would bring raw gems instead of just cut gems. I will buy the bins. I will buy all of the food. And now we're in an ad break. Professional standards are in tatters in the age of streaming? I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I guess it depends on what you consider to be professional standards. I think that there's a lot of really, like, if you're saying, like, presenting yourself professionally is in tatters, okay, yeah, I could see why you would think that, right? But it also highly depends on, like, what type of content you're consuming. Like, some would say that somebody standing in a bikini in a like 6 centimeter deep pool shaking their booty at a camera is unprofessional. But I would argue that if they have a good camera setup and like a mini teleprompter, which they literally fucking sell for this shit now, that it is a professional setup. Just because you don't think the content is professional doesn't mean it's not a professional setup. I have a very unprofessional setup that is held together with staples and zap straps, and quite literally, actually, with a lot of the cheapest possible gear, buying a budget XLR mic and a budget, at least at the time, it's tripled in price since I bought it, but like sound, what's the word? Audio interface. Like I don't have the most professional setup behind the scenes. You could think that I present myself professionally, But that doesn't necessarily mean that the equipment and gear that I'm using is professional. Does that make sense? I think that people look at this industry, or the industry of like streamed content, and just go, I don't like that content. This industry is in tatters. This is embarrassing. I don't like this. Well, I've got nothing against boobies. Boobies are wonderful. And if people want to use them to make money, go fucking bananas if you happen to have them. And it turns out people do go bananas for them. So, if anything, I would argue in the other direction. I would say that this industry is more professional right now than it's ever been. We have fucking talent agencies managing us. Back in my day, I just sent some rando dude an email and was like, hey, do you want to sponsor my stream? And never got a response. Sure, absolutely, Peter Bro. Absolutely. They are. What the fuck does anybody got against boobies? They got blue feet. You know, it's hysterical when people say, it'd be cool if an AI could be modded to DF or RimWorld. Because if you're talking about, like, playing the game, Dwarf Fortress literally can do that with DF Hack. DF Hack AI has been around for, like, 10 years. And if you're talking about, like, dialogue, that really would defeat the entire purpose of Dwarf Fortress. Like, honestly. And if you want garbage ChatGPT bullshit, you can already put that into RimWorld. There's a mod for that. Not really. I wouldn't say that I took it badly. I was just kind of babbling about professionalism in the industry. It all just comes down to your definition of professionalism. Chat, would you say that I took that statement badly? I don't think I did. God damn. If I could keep my throat clear for like 30 seconds, that'd be wonderful. This is what happens when I drink. Next day my throat's all crackly. Morning, Phoenix. Doing my bestest. Professionalism is a price tag or quality level that is set by the viewer or other industry purveyors. I'm talking about professional setups here, mate. Like, quality of camera. But, okay. I think that Midjourney, which is a piece of online software that was trained using stolen art, would be nothing but a negative for a game that is built on unique art that's been handcrafted, right? Dwarf Fortress is an art piece because it's full of uniqueness, right? Yes, it generates massive worlds, but the reason it's interesting is because it can do that using entirely unique pieces of code, right? I think that if you just jam stolen generation into it that has no context for the world itself, I feel like that's a net negative. I think if Dwarf Fortress did something along the lines of what Caves of Cud does with its books, that would be interesting. Because what Caves of Cud does with its books is quite literally the same fucking thing that any of these garbage theft models do, which is it takes a whole bunch of text and it rams it together into something that is relatively cohesive. That's how it generates a lot of its quests, and that's how it generates its books. I think Dwarf Fortress could do with more of that, but only if it's using in-world stuff. People's idea of marketed AI, it's not even AI or procedural text or large language models, is that if you add it to thing, it makes thing better. No, it doesn't. It adds nonsensical bullshit to the thing and doesn't necessarily make it better. Does it add more? Sure, but more not always better. And it'd be really cool if people figured that out. Yes, exactly. Caves of Cut is using its own text written from the game. And the reason it's so good in Caves of Cut is because Caves of Cut's writing is extraordinarily unique. Sure, but in order for that to be something that would even be interesting in Dwarf Fortress in the first place, Brainfist, it would need to understand the context of what's going on in the world. And frankly, I would prefer that Zach and Tarn add things to the game that are interesting and benefit the game. I don't mind if the text in Dwarf Fortress is a little bit repetitive. That doesn't bother me at all. If anything, it's what makes the game unique and gives it character, you know? Like, the dwarves only have so many thoughts that they can have based on their current mood, right? And their personality. In life, you should work hard and then work harder, right? Like, that's what this kid just said. This could be like a 2-paragraph block of text that some text generator plopped in there, but that doesn't benefit the game, right? I would rather Zach spends a week writing 100 more dialogue lines than them spending development time on putting a bullshit generator into the game. Which is all that stuff is. It's a bullshit generator. It generates bullshit. It's very good at it, but it's a bullshit generator. I don't need a bullshit generator in my video game. You wish the creature graphics handling made more sense? I think the thing that you need to realize about the creature graphics is the same thing that you need to realize about all of the graphics in this version of the game. Made it's the first pass, right? The artists have literally been sitting there doodling up and adding stuff for the past year. And Tarn has worked to implement some of it. It's not in the game yet, but it'll get there. Same with the plants and stuff and the graphics that should theoretically be there but are missing, right? You need to remember that time is a factor, like K-Nord just said, which I just stole because I read that out loud. But time is limited. Tarn's time is limited. Tarn is one person. And that stuff will improve with time, right? That stuff will improve. Oh, you mean like editing, like like modding the game from a modding perspective? I mean, Tarn was talking about like the future of Dwarf Fortress modding last week, right? And he was talking about like improving or like giving Lua scripting support and stuff. So I mean that stuff's just a matter of time, really. We will get there eventually. I really wish that large language models were not marketed as AI. Because they're not AI. They're marketed as AI because people look. It's the same reason people call every single video game with permadeath a roguelike. It's because it makes people look. That's all it really is. And bloody annoying. No, they couldn't. You know, it's funny. So chat over in the YouTube chat right now. We've got an AI apologist. I think what you need to realize. See, Terzies. Bullshit isn't a benefit. You keep describing bullshit as a benefit. I will never agree with you. And every single time this topic has come up with the developers as well, they wouldn't agree with you. So you're just saying things because you like a technology. And that's cool. You're allowed to like a technology. I don't care that you like a technology. Stop it. That's all I have to say. Play with it on your own PC. It's not going to get added to this game. Yeah, I don't know. It's just marketing of the term permadeath. That's all it is. Really? You got an intelligent undead in a microwave. I wonder what that dwarf's history is. That'd be pretty wild, I'd imagine. Just waiting for this dwarf to leave the map. Where are you and what are you doing, dwarf? Are you just really weak or something? Oh, you're frail. You're a novice axe dwarf. Oh, okay. He dreams of attaining a rank in society. Wants to be king, mate. Death ain't gonna stop. Why do I have a baby cavy? Kill it. Oh, because... Geez. Who let you in? God damn it. Like how to raise stats? Nope. No tips. And I'm not even just joking. No, I'm not even just saying that as like a joke. I'm not particularly great at adventure mode. If you're trying to raise, like, increase wrestling, I can punch anything that moves and wrestle it. That's basically all I got. If you want to train poetry, start reading poems. Tracking will train itself with time. And that's pretty much it. Always bring a little bit of reading, like one basic point in reading if you want to be able to read anything. Because otherwise you'll never be able to read anything. Also for swimming, if you just jump into water and jump out of water, jump into water, jump out of water, that'll sometimes train swimming. It'll also sometimes cause you to suddenly drown, which is always fun. Also, yeah, lying down gives you a huge damage buff. Or not damage, a dodge buff. I feel like dodging and shield using are two very important skills that you should always start with. This isn't necessarily correct information. It's just the stuff that I've always used. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. At the end of the day, the reason you're seeing tons of video games using the current buzzwords of AI to promote themselves is pretty simple. The reason you're seeing all of that, it's pretty simple. It's venture capitalists give money to things, and that's how things get made, is because people with money give money to things. And turns out venture capitalists are no smarter than people who don't have money. They're not smarter just because they have money. They have money because they have money, right? And when you want to get funding from venture capital, you throw the names and words that they've heard recently all over your project so that they expect it to make them money. Uh-oh, my squad's losing a fight. Both of my squads are losing fights. That sucks. Actually, this one's back now. How'd they do? Well, they didn't save anybody, but they're doing work. I'm just gonna keep attacking Violent Mind, I think. With the foggy picks. A couple of years ago, the term was blockchain and NFTs. So if you wanted funding, you screamed the words blockchain and NFTs really loudly into the sky and you got funding for your video games. This is why Square Enix was shouting really loudly about blockchain and NFTs for a minute there. Nobody actually wants that stuff. Well, nobody who's sane actually wants that stuff. However, people who have money want the thing that's supposed to make them money. Well, that's a word that they've heard before, so they think it'll make them money. The actual reality is nobody cared, and it eventually went away. Now we're in an era where you say, AI, Chat GPT, really loudly, and people throw money at you. So you're seeing a lot of video games popping up that want investment that may or may not ever actually get made, screaming those words really loudly. In reality, what that technology is actually going to be used for is it's going to be used for, like, editing your audio faster. It's just add AI it doesn't automatically improve the quality of a thing. It doesn't automatically make a thing better. It can be a fun gimmick for a Skyrim mod for a weekend. But I mean, thanks for throwing money at me. But actually implementing that tech into your video game, especially as a side thought, like not designing your whole game around that, is kind of a really stupid idea. And it doesn't add anything to the quality of the game. At the end of the day, if I'm playing an RPG, like, let's say Baldur's Gate, I don't want nonsensical, endless nothing quests in that game. I want written quests that were thought out by a person. If I'm playing a game like Dwarf Fortress, yes, I want a big, endless sandbox, because that's what the game is. But just throwing nonsense dialogue into it doesn't improve the game. It just adds nonsense dialogue. Well, I appreciate you throwing money at me and helping keep the stream funded, Raging Cave. So, like, whenever I see people saying, Dwarf Fortress would be improved if they could implement AI. Buddy. Friend. Mate. Dude. Duder. Dudist. Remember, proc gen technology and, like, procedurally generating worlds is a pretty simplified version of largely the same sort of technology. That's literally what this game is doing already. Just adding a nonsense generator into it would just be adding nonsense. It would just be adding bad content to a pretty great procedurally generated video game already. We've had proc gen for years. Why do you want to add nonsense to the proc gen? Part of what makes DF so great is how individually dumb the dwarves can be and what creates half of the fun. Totally. No, absolutely. I mean, I do think some of the pathing could be a little bit better, but pathing could always be better, right? Pathing could always be better. Literally always be better. Original Elite Dangerous. Also a good example. Did anybody here play that game Fuel? There's microclimb back here? Jeez. The, like, endless racing game or whatever? Because I did. Game was pretty bad. But it was fun to drive around that wasteland for a bit. Lucas, thanks for chucking gifts about. Appreciate you greatly. Devil Dawn, thanks for the 14 months, by the way. Missed that. You hear AI a minute ago, apparently. What are you, a venture capitalist? Are you here to give me $1 billion for my bullshit generator project? It's called Bullshit Generator. It generates pictures of bullshit. I'm not going to elaborate more. Thoughts on Shadows of Doubt? It ran like ass on my computer, and I got bored really quickly. I think I don't like detective games. I've played a couple detective games over the years. I don't know. I don't know, man. Nothing inherently against it. It seems like a very, very cool, well-made project. I'm not certain I want to be a detective. I'll shut up then. Raging Cave.
He'll give you tree fitty.
This is a line that I'm going to read from the YouTube chat, and I'm going to be kind of mean right now, so I apologize. I distinguish AI from procedural... Stop, silence, by the way. I distinguish AI from procedural. I doubt that AI could fit in DF. I think the only place it could be applied would be site generation. Mate, procedural generation is literally what Midjourney does. Just with a much bigger computer, with a lot more data. And a much bigger data pool that they didn't get legally. You realize the goofiness of what you're saying, right? Sorry, I was going to just stay quiet until the train ended, but thanks for giving me your money, chat. Appreciate you. All right, squad is returned. We did get pretty injured in this location. I'm curious as to what we hit. Does anyone know sign language? No, but maybe you can lip read. Oh, no. Oh, shit. Well, they do have trolls. Well, that's exciting. Also, they have a couple trolls. Huh. So, the Veiled Halls attacked the doomed evil of the Low Fiend at Tempest Hex. Devil Dawn, thanks for the 5-pack of gift subs. You're very kind. Van Ori, the Walled Shields of Deaths, Defender... Sorry, this goblin's tactical planning was superior to Van Ori's. And the goblin's name is Nexer Zong Malice Bites. Actually managed to outmatch Van Ori. That's impressive. So the defenders had a strong positional advantage. An elephant clashed with 2,262 trolls and Tempest Hex slaying 10. Probably just went and sent them all flying. I lost the elephant Rakist. The dwarf Saigon was struck down by the goblin leader. That's kind of crazy. I wonder if we can kill this goblin. Man, if only I could just hire assassins or some shit. I did find trolls, yes. This is hysterical to me, chat. The text and sprites are better proc-gen. I said this earlier, and I will say it a second time. The developers of this game are making this game, right? In order to generate something, it needs to be based on data. So you need to get that data from somewhere, okay? So they have artists working on this game. We already have procedural sprites. All of the Night Creatures, the Forgotten Beasts, those are all procedural. That is procedural sprites. Because the artists that they hired and paid to make that art are making those sprites. What you are suggesting is that they use a large model that probably didn't get its art legally, stealing other people's work to sell it in a video game because it would give more variety. If that's what you're saying, which I think it is what you're saying, you realize you're literally saying, don't have artists and steal art instead. That's what you're saying, okay? That is a very bad idea if you want to have a commercial product for a long period of time. Like a very bad idea. Yeah, people are doing it right now because capital funding. You realize how stupid that is, right? I'm not a crazy person here. Rayleigh, thank you very much for chucking out a gift. Appreciate you, friend. This thought experiment has salted the streamer. It's not a thought experiment. Like, it's not a thought experiment. If you're saying that you should generate sprites for a video game, there is no thoughts there. They already are doing that. I'm just flabbergasted at your statements, chat room. And I missed a 5-pack? No, I didn't. I said thanks to Devil Dawn. What? You missed me saying thank you, I guess. Thank you, Devil Dawn. A second time. They're just data blenders? That's a good way of putting it, actually. Anyway, whatever. So I've lost some elephants, or rather some dragons, and also some dwarves. English got damaged. Some human was struck down by one of my dwarves. Another dwarf named Amost was killed by a one-eyed brute. Oh, shit. We found their leader, I think. By the one-eyed brute, Oz Ugly Faded. The gnarled... Ooh. Well, we found the guy in charge, I guess. Vakar struck down a goblin. That's a big number. So what you're saying, Caesartes, is that you want the layouts that the game generates behind the scenes in the world to be better. I agree. But that's something that can't be done until the map rewrite is done, because they're rewriting all of the map generation code, right? Because the map generation code for Dwarf Fortress was written, like, almost 20 years ago. So when they begin work on rewriting that code, they can then start implementing new location generation, which Tarn has stated many times isn't what he wants it to be. I completely agree with you that they should make that better. But your constant repeated use of buzzwords gives me very little faith that you are coming at this from a perspective of good faith. You know, we joked about that many, many times. You know, Von Galactic, I think they're still for sale. There was a person who minted a bunch of Dwarf Fortress World Seeds and put them up as NFTs on OpenSea at one point. We had a good laugh about that bullshit. Thank you very much, chat room, for 10 subscriptions and $3.50 in bits. You guys are very, very kind. So I lost another dwarf, which was struck down by a goblin. The lone glee of orbs clashed with 1,262 blind cave ogres. Sorry, 1,262 blind cave ogres. That's a lot. Wonder? Not really. I do wonder why people keep saying hire more people really loudly, which that perplexes me. People equal running costs. I don't know if Rebel Rouser, are you in an ad? If not, just type N, and then I can respond. Yeah, you are in an ad. Okay. Also, hey, Space Potatoes, it's good to see you. Your conversation does not show on stream, only Twitch conversation shows on stream. And the reason for that is, well, Twitch's terms of service. And also, I prioritize Twitch, because believe it or not, there is 70 people watching on YouTube, which I'm very thankful for. But there's also, although I think the reason that the number went up on YouTube recently is because I've been talking to Twitch, to YouTube chat a bunch, and the Twitch chat people have piled in there to see what's going on. But there's like 200 people watching on Twitch, so I prioritize the Twitch chat. I mean, Tarn didn't technically even hire Putnam. Kit Fox did. Tarn just recommended Putnam. 499 Moneras. Okay, so Tempest Hex, scary place, turns out. Need more notebook drawings of creatures and sapients? Oh, you mean like the ones that they showed during the last interview? That was my favorite part of the interview, not gonna lie. And Ire Stupid, hello. It's good to see you. I hope you've been well. See that concept art? No, I agree. I really, really, really hope we get like either a digital or a physical art book at some point. I would be totally okay with that. Being for sale for like $10 on Steam or something. Because I want to know what that fiery walrus looks like. And also that statement that Rebel Rouser said earlier, right before the ad break hit, which is another bad thing about generative AI is the rules are less controllable, which is why I can ask the stupid robot that FedEx has in charge of their call service now to give me a pancake recipe, and it does. It's less controllable, and ProcGen is better for games, period, because it's more steerable. Yeah, I mean, it's handcraftable, more or less. Like, yeah, you can make ProcGen surprising, but it's still a much more planned outcome, I suppose. And handcraftable outcome, I suppose, would maybe be a good way of putting it. I mean, like, you know what's funny is there was somebody who got real mad in one of my comment sections a while ago on one of my VODs. And they were going on and on and on and on and on and on and on about how Dwarf Fortress is has stupid developers. They have no idea what they're talking about. This was on one of my older interviews from a couple months ago, last year sometime. And the comments were left a couple months ago, and they were talking about how stupid the developers of Dwarf Fortress are and how dumb they are because they're not embracing AI. And how if they don't embrace AI and implement AI all over their game, what's going to happen is other developers are going to use AI to generate a game that plays like Dwarf Fortress, but better. And the funny thing about that to me is if that actually were true, that would be happening. And maybe in the future that'll happen. But Dwarf Fortress will still be Dwarf Fortress. Right? Like, we have software that lets us paint, right? But the Mona Lisa is still a unique, interesting art piece, right? Like, who cares? You know, we have tools that can generate art or images, shall we say, because art's a bad term for it. But photographers are still being paid and taking photos for photography. People are realizing, hey, I can charge less because this software is super cheap. But what I think is going to actually happen, oh, I got some tiles of obsidian floor. Shit. What I think is actually going to happen is the people making these bullshit generators are going to realize, oh shit, artists are still getting paid, and they're getting paid a lot more. We should charge more. And likely what's going to end up happening is they're going to drive prices up, if I had to bet. Oh, there's a really funny quote, Rebel Rouser, from the CEO of EA Games from like a week ago at an investors conference, where he says that we've built our entire company and large portions of our industry on intelligent AI. But he's not actually talking about what the investors think he's talking about. He's literally talking about like the AI in not FIFA, EA football, or no, EAFC. Yeah. Which is one of the funniest fucking things to me ever. It's like, wow, you're just like straight up lying through your teeth almost. It's just very funny to me. All right, I need to put some new dwarves into the military and get them training. Also, this squad just came back. Let's see how that went. The Veiled Halls slipped into Violent Mind undetected by the rack of lobsters and stole treasure. That's not what I didn't want treasure. I thought I told you to rescue prisoners, you dumb nuts. All right, let's try this again. Free captives. You morons. Do better this time, damn it. No, it's very funny. To me, anyway. To make sure the actual photographer has taken the picture with AI. Let's try making the same thing in games. Does anybody here watch Mandalore Gaming on YouTube? Because he put up a review a little while ago of Stasis Bone Totem and pointed out a bunch of AI art in the game. They patched it out the next day. Literally, like, within hours of his video going up, they patched all the AI art out of the game, which I think is very funny. Like, they just had, like, a separate branch of the game that had none of that shit in it, like, just ready to go. If you empty out the top layer, will the volcano refill? Yes, the volcano will infinitely refill if I empty out the top layer of it. Unless I, like, cover it with obsidian, and it can't refill. You know, as I've said a couple of times, mostly as a joke, but kind of not as a joke, until we get to the point where we have fully 3D, holographic, semi-robotic, digital wives and husbands and partners, shall we say, that can fold my laundry and jerk me off, I don't want your damn AI. That's how I feel. So, you know, when we get there, call me, but stop ruining the art I enjoy with it until then. Ava's the clother withdraws from society. Getting another artifact. Find his Cave Johnson. Less Cave Johnson and more like Blade Runner, but yeah, sure. Which also, Blade Runner explains why you don't actually want that, which is why I'm mostly saying it as a joke. You know, I'm sure somebody could probably just make you like a disembodied hand on a lever thingy that just goes wham whenever you do something awesome that no one else saw. I'm sure that someone could make you that, except most of the time it would probably just hit you in the ear or something, which may be better. I don't know. I mean, I would invent a combustible lemon and burn your house down. This is true. Tell life to take the lemons back and get mad while you're at it. You don't want a handful of ear. You know, that reminds me of like a pretty early... What's the name of that? I literally watched one of her videos last night. She doesn't upload videos anymore. YouTuber builds products lady. There's a German friend that she builds products with, like manufacture stuff. Used to just make useless robots. Didn't she make like a robot that was supposed to wake you up or something that was just like supposed to tap you on the head and like she overclocked the arm and it just smacked her repeatedly while she, or whatever it was. I've just got this image of like her getting smacked in the face by a robot hand. Hold on, let me find this. Ah. Hold on. Let me find this video. She also made a Tesla into a pickup truck. Where's the wall hand? The wake-up machine. Take one. Yeah, this thing. This is what I'm envisioning. For the high-fiving thing. You know, good eras of YouTube. 8 years ago. Jesus Christ, that's such a long time ago. Anyway. Your fort's going very poorly. Mine could be going better, but it's not going terribly. Let's just try updating their equipment, make them go get better stuff. Same with you guys. You guys also go update your gear. Actually interesting. They're just using the default armor, yet they have shoes on. They can wear high boots over shoes, or are they just not wearing shoes? This is literally this is surprising to me. I've never seen them use the default armor and actually like. I have shoes in the fort, right? I don't have a bunch of shoeless dwarves running around, do I? No, they have shoes. What the fuck? How? Did they like stealth fix shoes? Because like some of them do. Huh. That goal is a little bit incorrect these days. But that was the initial goal. Maybe Blueford. That's what you want, except version 9. Got it. Not take 1. Cool. I can never remember how to spell her name is the problem, Seb. Migrant wave during the summer. Your miner died. Yeah, not this fort, but the one before it, I think. We started like late fall and I had like 9 dwarves until late year 2. Got an artifact starting. Which took forever. Okay, so we tried to raid. Man. Well. Just gonna send the Foggy Picks to just go pillage them and try and release captives. Try that next. In reference to, my fortress is being run by 2 necromancers. That's what it's in reference to. I got necromancers in my fort. And currently they're just socializing with one another. I'm trying to make them all besties. And it's slowly working. Because I have this necromancer here who dreams of ruling the world. I mean, I did have a Gorlak queen in this world. So they made an alpaca wool shoe and offered it to the living fire. Weird shoe sock thing. This is a word that I can't pronounce, and Chad always tells me I pronounce it wrong, so I will not pronounce it. Yugo Shathor Lalmarig, or whatever, is encrusted with tapered baguette cut milk quartzites and oval almondine cabochons, studded with bronze, decorated with alpaca wool, and encircled with bands of willow. It is made from alpaca wool cloth, and this object menaces with spikes of fine pewter and almondine. On the item is an image of Rith Oilworthy, the dwarf in Billion. Billin, not billion. Billins and billins and billins and billins and billins. Alrighty, Dwarfies. Let's just go hit some goblin pits, I think. Find some higher population goblin pits. Book of Gorzu, Wave Wicked. It's literally Billin, yeah. It's one of those words that I always read wrong and will pronounce wrong because I always read it wrong, like, forever. Do I even have any right now? I should. Yeah, there it is. It's Billin. Not Billion. Speaking of Billin, I've got a shit ton of Billin. I think something I should do, actually, is I should roll through my tasks and start unforbidding things. Let's do a couple of these, though. I'm not going to do all of them. I don't quite want everybody in the fort just like jumping onto all of these crafting jobs. I do want to slowly start starting them up again though. Like scroll down through here. If a necromancer summons an intelligent undead and then the undead dies, can be summoned intelligently again. Yes, and this is why frame rate can die. And also why I have several dwarves that killed the same zombie like 30 times. I don't have a ton of them, but I do have a couple. Where a necromancer summons something. I'm also just going to click the X on all of these because these are all work order jobs, and they will just automatically get reassigned. I want to get all these clothing going again. And then we can leave all those paused. Okay. If zombies can be resurrected multiple times. Is the short version. Which is hysterical, but real bad for your frame rate. All right, well, this squad is dead, so I'm just going to... Wonder what I can... Actually, hold on. I do this. Actually, hold on, let's try something. Fix... Retrieve units. All right, well, didn't actually retrieve my dwarves, but... I'm going to do something real quick. I'm going to pause game. I'm going to make you the leader. I'm going to boot you. Boot you. Boot you. Back out of here. Exit out of here. I know that squad got kidnapped, so I needed to delete that squad. They either died or got kidnapped and never came back. No, I am not going to do that, Joker of Spades. Mostly because I don't like it thematically. It's just not something that fits a story to me. And I like the idea of a secret cabal within a fort becoming necromancers. Just got a cave dragon? Hell yeah, dude. I really like the idea of this like secret cabals becoming necromancers within a fortress. And I like that a lot more than, you know, just a whole fortress being necromancers. I'll be right back. I gotta go take a leak.
Cheese for everyone! Gobble, 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 gobble. Flubberdubberdoggadoggies?
Take a lovely
Stupid question. What's to stop necromancer leaders from, say, resurrecting scraps from the butcher or otherwise creating hostile zombies in the fort? So the way necromancers worked when they were first added to the... Matchers. The way necromancers worked when they were first added to the Dwarf Fortress was if they saw a body, they would resurrect the body. If you're really close to a necromancer tower in the overworld, necromancers can actually show up and raid your corpse piles, which is kind of dark, but also really funny to me. It's one of my favorite little in-game events that can happen. Is they just show up and like steal bodies from your body piles if you have big body piles. And what's to stop them from doing that? Well, the way they used to work was if they saw a body, and this was like version 44, I think. If they saw a body, they would resurrect it as undead. Right, there's some footage of this in older Krug Smash videos. Trying to think like which series he had necromancers in where that happened. I actually can't remember. But if they saw a body, they would just resurrect zombies ad nauseum. That was changed at some point in version 47, which was the last major release before the premium version, and version 50, which is what we're in right now. And they changed it so that it's a defense mechanism. There's no, like, resurrect this order. There's no resurrect button that you can push. But what happens is if they are under attack, so if the necromancer is under threat, if they are getting attacked by something, then they can use it as a self-defense mechanism. So it's not that, it's what's to stop them? Nothing, technically, but as long as they're not actively being attacked by something, they don't do it. So what's to stop them? Well, that's not really how they operate. The reason I have them locked in a room specifically is because I'm trying to make them be best friends with each other and maybe get married. That's why they're currently locked separately from the rest of the fort. And also because, like, believe it or not, they're actually quite enjoying it. Like, yeah, they'd really like to drink alcohol and do other things, but I'm leaving them in this room because they don't need to sleep, eat, or drink. And, you know, we're slowly improving upon this. But something I see a lot in chat is people saying, like, oh, make your necromancer your chief medical dwarf. What could possibly go wrong? Well, even if a dwarf dies, they're not going to just suddenly, like, resurrect them. That's not how that works. They'll resurrect them if they're being attacked by something.
This message is brought to you by the color orange. Orange. If it ain't orange, it ain't moderation.
If it ain't orange, then it is a different color. Thank you very much for the $1. Appreciate you. I mean, if you like it thematically, you could do that. You could also, like, stick a goblin in the walls attached to a drawbridge, and then whenever somebody dies, you have the chief medical dwarf pull a lever, which makes the goblin visible, and then the necromancer goes, I'm under attack, and then they resurrect the body. You could do that, and then you'd have that effect. But if you're not doing that, then you won't have that effect. Although there's, like, a pretty good chance the zombie it resurrects will just kill that dwarf. Because they're not necessarily going to be friendly. I have a video on YouTube called The Great Undying, where I was just trying to turn as many of my dwarves into zombies as possible, and it worked quite well. I think by the end of that fort, like, 60% of it or something were zombies. The problem with that, though, is my population went from about 200 down to about 70, because most of them were either resurrected as dumb undead, which weren't friendly, dumb undead, which were friendly but, like, wouldn't join your fort, so they're no longer counted as population. And then when they are resurrected as intelligent undead, assuming they're friendly, which they might not be still, it takes them a year to join your fort. So you have to wait a whole year minimum for them to request to join. So it's like, it's not exactly a immediate fix or solution for every problem in your fort. Also, intelligent undead have some really weird bugs, which I kind of love, but also kind of hate. If you send them one, I don't think they can train military skills. They might be able to. They may have fixed that, but they just retain the skill, at least previously in older versions. They would just retain the skills that they had from before they died. Which means, like, if they were a legendary soldier, they'd stay a legendary soldier. If they were a novice axeman, they wouldn't ever improve. That might have changed. I don't know for certain. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. But one thing that is really weird about them is if you have them in your military and you send them off screen, they don't come back. They just turn into ghosts off screen, which is kind of hysterical. Can you? Holy smokes, I've literally never seen that happen. I've always wanted necromancers to go into strange moods and, like, similar to a fell mood and murder a dwarf and turn them into a necromancer experiment. I've always wanted that. I know Tarn's like, what if they... I think Tarn mentioned it at one point that it would be a neat possibility they could do something like that, but... They can train skills now? They can't train attributes, got it. Yeah, I don't focus too much on intelligent undead, honestly, so... It's not one of my fortes. I do know how to make them, but I don't mess with them too much. What do you guys think of my new potential entry hall, by the way, chat? My big-ass front door. These are attributes, I think. These are skills. So, like, gem cutting is a skill, personality traits or attributes, I think. They brought back 4 cave dragons. Be wary about breeding cave dragons. Baby cave dragons are tiny and take a very, 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 very long time to get to full size. 1,000 years. So if you have like a 1-year-old cave dragon, it'll be like smaller than a dog. So just keep that in mind. I'll do that in a second. I'm just curious about this. Attis Cyclops Slayer led the attack. Attis Cyclops Slayer the Gleeful made a poor plan, and the defenders had a strong positional advantage. I'm trying to train up a second squad. The Foggy Picks, led by the dwarf Attis, clashed with 7 dwarves, slaying 3. And then, secondly, they had a better plan as the fighting went on. Broke in and found nothing. Oh gosh. The original entrance was this. This was the first entrance. Then I built this. So I've kind of got these 2 entrances. Then there's the murder entrance where you go to die, which is this over here, which is over top of the volcano. So this is the murder entrance. And then this is going to be the grand front entryway eventually. Well, I kept the fort alive for 470 Lanix. So clearly you haven't heard the tale of the great fortress of Long Death. Not to be confused, of course, with the great parody fortress, Short Death Afternoon. Mine was Long Death Millennium. And Picture Point made Short Death Afternoon, where he settled on like the scariest biome he could find, and I don't think he got to his first migrant wave. But Arch Crystal was longer. Arch Crystal was retired at 500 years. Oh, that's funny. I mean, he did literally call it Short Death. Please give some beer to the necromancer's room. They can't drink, can they? I mean, I could give them a tiny little portion of this. We're in an ad break, so I'm not really going to do too much, but pretty sure they can't drink, though. So it doesn't matter if I give them beer. Oops, that's the erase tool. You had a 35-year fort with 2 dragons? You're going to unretire it after 100 years in other forts? Don't necessarily expect those dragons to still be there. But, seems like it'll be exciting. It's the happiest you've been? Yeah, your dwarf's improved a lot. Even Bonesaw's mood's improving a little bit. Oh, they are there? Well, that's good. I'm glad they're still there. I mean, the reason I say that is I've had like cool things in a fort, and then like within a week of being in a new fort, I mean a week of streams, like I don't know, 10 years, that fort's been taken over by another faction and everybody's dead, and it's like, oh. Yeah, no, you've improved quite a bit. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they just straight up can't go get alcohol. Although, maybe what I could do is I could put a chest here. And Skobold can be the tavern keeper of this. I'm wondering actually if this can force feed them alcohol. I don't know if it can. I'm going to go store items in barrels. See, I don't really want them doing this. I don't really want them running back and forth like this. Let's go down and into the fort. Back to this. Remove this. They're also sitting here and witnessing the construction of the front door. Clearly from their mandating, right? Naturally. I could also put some more chairs and tables here. And let's just put a little stockpile in the middle for booze. I don't know if I can force feed them booze, but I might be able to. I know at the very least in older versions you were able to. This will just be for drink. Just drink. And maybe prepared meals as well. I don't actually know if I have any spare goblets. Okay, goblets are coming. That's good. See, 10 goblets. Gotta wait for them to show up and be plopped into the chest. Let's make sure there's alcohol stores within the tavern. Gotcha. Well, that's good to know. And also, goblets. Oh, I guess, like, let's also just remove food, because, tavern keepers don't serve food. Just alcohol. Oopsies. There we go. One piece at a time. Would I drink out of a mug made out of rock? I have drank out of a mug made of rock, actually. I'd be certainly more likely to make a consistent habit out of it than wearing shoes made of rock. Trying to decide how I want to do this visually. That feeling when you do a bunch of work and then decide you want to change it? Not in Dwarf Fortress, you can't. But shoes of wood and shoes made out of rock is stuff I've seen pictures of for years. Soft stone, mud, stuff like that. Stone Age things. And then clogs are a much more modern thing. All right, well, there we go. We got our aluminum goblets. I don't think we need that many, though. We only need like 3. Okay. Not that many dwarves are brewing drinks from things. Let's do this, this, and this. Doing the edge of this pink. Her leggings made of rock. Yeah, that confuses so many people. You just have no idea why they are good? Wait, what? You just started a new fort and you have elephants. Oh, like when you embarked with elephants? I guess your faction just had access to elephants. This faction had access to elephants when I embarked, which is why I have elephants. Went and raided a place that was a little further away. The Veiled Halls attacked the horror of dipping at the Low Fiend. The dwarf Van Ori led the attack, and the defenders were led by the goblin Nexong Savage Hatred. Van Ori outmatched Savage Hatred with a cunning plan, and the defenders had a strong positional advantage. I wonder what Van Ori's, like, ambushing skill is now. The Elephant Iden clashed with it, with 6 of them, slaying 5. The thing about elephants, though, is they need a very large pasture to not starve to death. So make sure you pasture them in a very large pasture. And if you make war elephants and send your dwarves off map, make sure that you remember to unassign them from the pasture or they won't leave. The goblin was killed by one of my cave dragons. The goblin Ritzi was killed by a cave dragon as well. I will tell you something that I've always wanted to drink out of, but never will. One of the few heirlooms that my grandmother brought back from Ireland when she, or brought here from Ireland when she moved here in the 50s, was, or late 50s, early 60s, was 3 lead pewter beer mugs, which were supposedly purchased when the pub that was close to her house closed down. Probably due to the fact that the owner got lead poisoning, I would assume. But I've always wanted to drink out of those mugs. They're like forbidden mugs. You do not the mug. Do not the mug. Do not the mug. The intended purpose of the mug. Do not. Goblin Zeston Brush Perished was struck down by a dwarf. Some dwarves didn't work. And another one was struck down. Excellent. They come back. Didn't get any gear or anything out of it. Whatever you do, not the mug, is the simple version. There we go. Sweet. Eventually, I'll be old enough to not care. Oh, damn right. No, that'll be pretty soon, I think. It's just like, you should start taking heroin at the age of 90, right? What else are you going to lose at that point? I can't get much dumber. Dwarves are immune to lead poisoning. Although there is, like, significantly worse materials you can make into mugs than lead in this game. Like, can't you quite literally make, like, uranium ore? Or, like, a derivative of uranium? It's like hornblende, I think? Into rock mugs? Probably worse than lead. Malachite mugs would probably be... Oh, yeah, pitch blende, not hornblende, right? Malachite mugs would probably be toxic? Probably, yeah. So this, I think, up here is going to be the entry. This drink's a little... This drink tastes a little funny. Cinnabar is also pretty bad. Yeah, not things you want to be putting in your body, that's for sure. I do love the way this entrance is looking so far, though. Actually, I think I'm going to go through here and cut out this and make it, maybe not quite that shape, and make it, it's either like quartzite or green glass, and I haven't decided. Chat, what do you think for this kind of road strip thing? Quartzite or green glass? Yellow cake drinker says, why do I taste metal? Yes. I wonder how much glass I actually have right now. 131? Take a bit to make it. You're a glass man? Oh. I'm a government man. Not really, but that is a good song. And whenever people say I'm a something man, my brain always goes to I'm a government man. Because Talking Heads is great. Psycho Killer. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Fa 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 better. Something burning down the house. I should listen to my Talking Heads records more often. I have quite a few of them. Almost all of them were hand-me-downs from my parents too, because my parents did have good taste in music at one point in time. One of my favorite things actually about collecting old, like records and tapes and stuff now is periodically my dad will come over and just listen to music. And my dad, when like before he had kids, was a really big Led Zeppelin fan. Listened to a ton of Led Zeppelin. Still really likes Led Zeppelin, or like respects them, but doesn't listen to them at all anymore, because he almost exclusively listens to classical music. But I keep finding Robert Plant tapes around for very cheap and buying them because they're always like, can I dance? No, I can't. I can't dance at all, man. I keep finding Robert Plant tapes for really cheap, and my dad never listened to any Robert Plant, like at all. You mean Water Flowing Underground? Okay, Chadberry? The water flowing underground. Anyway. And so now whenever my dad comes over, he's like, all right, which Robert Plant tape have you found? And then I show my dad more Robert Plant. So he's just like constantly experiencing like new Robert Plant and Jimmy Page stuff that he'd never heard. Yeah, once in a I have that record, Once in a Lifetime. Cannot remember the name of the album. Is that Talking Heads Stop Making Sense? Or is that the live album? I don't know. They all just kind of run together in my brain. Okay. Well, bits and pieces coming together. Gotta say, this area is looking pretty rad. Although I'm not gonna finish this today, probably. This isn't a mega build just yet. You know, I'm also slowly starting to get that feeling of that I had when I started Long Death, which was, well, there's a big update coming out at some point. Might as well just play this fort until it's out. I'm starting to feel that about this fort, but I do still want to play more of this world. Yeah, there's two bands from that era that I think are absolutely fascinating just because of, like, not their unknown influence, but they had massive influences outside of their own music, just in the music industry at large. And that's REM and Talking Heads, because, like, most of both of those bands ended up just doing different things in the music industry. And it's kind of fascinating going back and listening to them. Remain in Light. Yeah, I have that album. That is an album I have. The thing is, like, if you show me the album art, I'll be like, oh yeah, I know that one, and I could probably name all the songs on it, but, like, I probably couldn't tell you the name of the album. I'm pretty bad with, like, album names, just in general. I'm not entirely sure how much I like having these ramps running through this. Just as is. Maybe I should put windows. Although I don't really want the dwarves to get scared by sieges or anything, so. You know, we've more or less fixed the moods. I mean, we still have plenty of upset dwarves, but the numbers are so much better than they were. See, currently, what are dwarves up to? A lot of drinking. Well, that's good. Speaking of drinking, how are the necromancers doing? Oh, hey, Bonesaw. Still haggard, but less stressed. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. I guess you've had a drink recently. Lighted after watching a performance. Euphoric due to inebriation. There you go. They're getting their drinks. They're getting their beverages. Excellent. Talk to a friend. I'm not fond of this. You know, honestly, I think that our Duke might be a lost cause to a degree. Because he's literally like, I talked to a friend. This sucks. I have friends and I spoke with them. I don't like this. What a fucking dwarf. Oh, boy. I mean, he is cruel. But, like, come on. Mr. Castle Dive. Jeez. Have some compassion for your friends here. Feel like secret passages. Oh, true. Yeah, actually, that's a good way of putting it. They do kind of feel like secret passages. Oh, that was slightly too far. Also, thanks for all the follows, by the way. Gotten quite a few follows today. In the chat room, thanks for just hanging out. It's good to have conversation while I play video games. Yeah, building, like, if you guys have ideas for things you'd like to see me throw into this entryway, just shout them into chat. Like, I'm not super big on backseating, but, like, I'm open to ideas of what to put here. Things like statues and whatnot. As long as it's not, like, you know, something that would literally take me months to finish building. As long as it's like a relatively reasonable build idea. Thinking about like trying to carve this down to being a bit more, or a bit less mountain shape. Maybe straighten this off just a little bit on the end. Something like this. Cut the edges off a little bit on this side, maybe. Making it a bit more logically shaped, I guess. Frame rate just dropped to 30. Barrels on pedestals because it looks like people are moving stock around the fort. Oh, true. Yeah. Actually, something I should do. Bars. Shit tons of iron. Fuckloads of copper. I apparently have lead. I don't know where all that came from. I got 60 billion. Statues take 3 bars, right? Let's make... $20 billion statues. Let's make statues of Geotrack Castle Dive. I think I selected the right person. There we go. Geotrack Castle Dive. And then let's go down to here and see what's still forbidden. Just a bunch of flooring, I think. Pretty sure everything is just operating pretty much as needed. Now it more or less is, except for a lot of these clothing jobs and armor making jobs. So I'm gonna go to the top of this and just remove all of these from here, which means they'll just automatically get reassigned and they'll go back to making them. And same with these battle axes. Hey, Potato Godzilla. What's up, dude? Well, we gotta put statues in here. I know that much. Ooh, I should put windows everywhere. Got 22 windows right now. Where do you go? You go up to there. You go up to here. I'm thinking what I will do here is I'll just put glass windows in these, like this. Maybe, ooh, I could put a statue in the middle. Yeah, that's what we should do. Statue in the middle. And windows on the edges. That's what we're doing. That'll look cool. Stick another piece of quartzite right here. Then you've always put statues of giant grizzlies in each fort. One of my favorite statue things that we ever did was when Waterlungs had the Great Crab Takeover, and we then just made 1 million copper giant crab statues. It was great. Hysterical. Stone, aka Potato. I mean, you could change your name to Stone, aka the Potato. Which wouldn't be even remotely confusing to have another potato. Yet another potato. Although the potato army must grow. They are many, they are legion. Let's do, what kind of floor? Maybe just quartzite floor. Keep that consistent at least. And let's check our green glass status. No, okay. Currently no green glass. Okay. My bucket glass is in prison for some reason, and I don't know why. Am I collecting sandbags, actually? Oh, I do actually have those jobs. I see. We're also collecting sand. Let's just... No, not that. Let's set you to 200 collect sand jobs and 200 green glass blocks. Too good looking. Arrested for attractiveness. Was distracting for the other dwarves. Had to get rid of him. The subtle difference between moderator stone and moderator stoned. Yeah, it already is a funny thing, yeah. I could just refer to Hobo as his second Twitch account, but it's literally Shokan Dis Dick. So I don't know if that's necessarily the most like terms of service compliant username, and I shouldn't like out his username so that it gets like removed. That would be mean, but it is pretty funny still. No one expects the Spanish Inquisition, Orange? No one expects it. No matter how long it's been, no one expects it. Oh, also, by the way, if you're engraving floors, don't pour lava on those floors. Because it does destroy the engravings and piss the dwarves off. I learned that the hard way. Waiting on some more windows to come in. How are things doing? I could risk losing... Okay, actually, you know what? Let's just keep training up the foggy picks. What is your ambushing skill now? I'm so curious. Grandmaster Leader. God damn. Master Ambusher. Almost as good as you possibly could be. Chat, I'm going to take a really big gamble. We're going to go attack this goblin town of 3,000. Who knows what could happen? I need to know. That's it. I need to know. I don't know what's there. I don't know how many of them there actually are. I don't know how many of them are civilians. But it's a goblin town. It's a human location that was taken over by goblins. And there's supposedly 3,000 of them there. Which makes me very curious, chat. How many of my dwarves do you think are gonna die while attacking that? What could possibly go wrong? Everything? Quite literally everything could possibly go wrong, and that's the fun of it. Let's drop you in here. I'll be honest, I'm quite happy that Elfie's name is Elfie Bean and not Elfie Stone. If Elfie Bean was Elfie Stone, I'd be in trouble. Half the price of a AAA game? I mean, there are AAA games that I would argue are endless hours of entertainment. Civilization is a pretty good example of that, but yeah, I mean, Dwarf Fortress is a very, very, very good value for your money, for sure. Like a very good value for your money. I'm kind of tempted to move the trading depot out here. Just because I think this would look really nice. But then I would need a way of getting stuff for trading out here, and it would make trading a lot riskier. My favorite part of this whole build right now is the necromancers just hanging out up here looking down. I just really, really, really like that. Oh shit! Can't find my zombie is in love with Tellen Artho. Isn't that adorable? Geotrack, on the other hand, not in love with anybody. Chat room, we're in an ad break real quick. I'm going to go grab myself my sandwich because I'm hungry and I forgot to eat yesterday. So, chat room, can I get a big round of beers? Chat amongst yourselves. Keep yourselves entertained for like 90 seconds while I go grab a sandwich. Beer beep.
Sandwich!
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato, remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Nuclear vessels.
It's a unit system. I know this.
Over here, he has a sword.
Cheese for everyone!
This got the most boomer text ever from my neighbor. So my neighbor Mike.
And anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
My neighbor Mike, who, Blue Heart, they're a tier 2/patron perk. My neighbor Mike, is the guy who's like president of the strata that I, like, got voted onto recently for my building. And he just sent me a text, like 30 minutes ago, which I didn't get because my phone isn't by my computer, but that's okay. I'll tell him later. Which literally says, "Can you make art on computer?" Thanks, Mike. Orange's response is just, "Damn it, Mike." Yes, I can make art on computer. What do you need? I think he's gonna get me to make building notices. No, I'm pretty sure he's talking about, like, hey, there's a general meeting happening that anybody who lives in the building can go to on this date at this time. Come, like, show up. I'm pretty sure that's what he's talking about. I use Canva to assemble thumbnails, so I'll probably just use Canva, to be honest. It will be very easy to quickly mock stuff up. It's not great, but it's fast, and I already have it, so. While I eat this sandwich, I'm just gonna fly back down into the fort and watch stuff run around. What's the siege is doing? Yeah, they're both out. Sweet. Oopsies. Strike the earth. If I ever put out any gardening notices, I will put strike the earth on it. Or a pickaxe. You typeset in latex as a hobby? I don't know what latex is. You just had like 12 petitions to let somebody join because they wanted to eradicate monsters. They're probably different people. Or was it really the same person repeatedly? Only if you don't pay for it. I pay for it. You okay? Actually, I'm not sure if you don't pay for it, but I pay for it, so. It's programming for PDFs. Okay. So, I mean, everybody needs a hobby, right? Let's just make black bronze bars and black bronze bars. Well, clearly I can't make that many. Didn't quite have enough. Oh, I see. It's because I need gold. I think I only have one gold bar. What else can I do? Let's just make sterling silver. Work on sterling silver, please. Whoever is I feel like that would be a pretty good way for me to get kicked off of Strata, so I don't really want to do that. My goal is to improve the building and then vote myself off or resign. My actual goal is to literally just teach other people, hey, you know, you can get onto Strata and make the building better. Anyway, I'm going to leave now. Bye. That actually is my long-term plan. No joke. Yeah, but anyway, it sounds like you're just in a very active part of the world with a bunch of adventurers, right? Because if you're in a super busy, active part of the world with a very large population, it's absolutely possible that you'll get a shit ton of adventurers, which are, you know, the random dudes asking to fight monsters or whatever. Those are adventurers, right? So you're just in a very active part of the world, which is kind of fun. At least I think that's kind of fun. You accidentally touched the caverns while making rooms for future guild halls, and in a month you got 10 monster slayers running around. Yeah, and they can kind of be useful sometimes. I mean, they do deal with certain issues. So we raided this place. See how this fight went. This is me training my worst squad, which apparently slipped in and stole stuff. I think that's their first, like, just, we snuck in. Hey, we got some beak dogs, yay. And some stuff I won't use. And then you guys, this is a human town of 3,000, okay? So Van Ori led the attack, and the defenders were led by a goblin named Issy Siegemorns. Van Ori outmatched the goblin, clearly, with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. The lone glee of orbs brilliantly were led by Van Ori, clashed with 256 goblins. Jesus. That's a lot of goblins. Somebody named, a goblin named Soundflesh was struck down. We struck down another goblin by one of my cave dragons got a kill, another cave dragon got a kill. And a goblin was struck down with an elven name of all things by one of my elephants. I think we should just, you know, actually, let's just attack this place repeatedly with both of these squads. And just see how it does. We'll also pillage this time. Good luck, dwarves. You literally dug down 7 and found a cavern. I've wanted to build a fort in a world like that for a while, but it's purely because I would like to create a open cavern. I tried to do that in Creature Keepers, and the frame rate got too bad. It just got, that fort became a bit much. Typos sound weird? Yep, they do. Actually, what materials was I using up here? Diorite. There's a diorite floor down here. Oh, well, don't actually have much diorite. Turns out. I can just keep putting basalt there, though. Do I still have to unpause it? Guess I do. Here I was thinking I could just like delete them all and they would re-job themselves, but I guess not. I don't need bone bolts just yet. We'll just keep tossing those. All right, let's go over to here and turn on cutting raw glass into gems, encrust furniture with gems, and encrust furniture with glass. I'm not sure how much glass I have right now, but we're gonna get back to that. A giant toad. Was that below ground? Like from like a giant cave toad? Like it just wandered out, like it immediately wandered out of the caves and attacked you? That's funny. Yeah, I love stuff like that. Like this is what makes Dwarf Fortress cool, is like everybody's just having completely different experiences simultaneously while everybody's still playing the same game. It's like everybody's playing the same game, but often you wouldn't even know it because of how different everybody's like experiences with the game can be. Oh, I got an idea. I know what I'm doing. This is going to be the entrance. They're going to come up in here. This is going to have, like, not cages, but walls kind of locking it off, I guess. Or maybe, like, fences or something. That's gonna be cool. You had a militia commander before you had a manager? I mean, yeah, I've played forts like that, where you end up with a militia commander just stupidly early. Like right off the bat, quite literally. Okay, well, they're digging up. Sweet. And then in the middle here, quartzite floor. Smooth around this. Put a statue in the middle, and then windows around it. And that'll be the entrance to the fort. You just spent a whole day IRL waiting for your dwarves to clean your lava. See the first cavern pump stack, only to now realize I forgot to build part of the staircase that was also this part that was inaccessible. Well, there you go. You know, the number of times I've like slightly screwed up a pump stack without realizing it until it was too late. You know, when I feel weird about like the idea of adding plumbing to this game, but every now and again somebody will just like talk about something they did with a pump stack and I go, man, wouldn't it be nice if we could just like pump stuff up with pipes? Wouldn't that just be nice? Just like pump at the bottom, maybe like some specific type of pipe, like a liquid pipe or something, and then just like make vertical pipes all the way up and just boom, have liquid. It would speed things up. But a whole form of Dwarven art would be lost. Would be the true shame of it. Actually, let's do it this way. Let's put a statue in here. There we go. Very nicely encrusted statue of our grand leader. Then down here, this is all going to be quartzite. And this time you're staying put. Well, welcome back, Elfie. It's good to have you back around. Hope you're doing well. I didn't realize you left, for whatever that's worth, but it's good to have you back. When you first got into a cavern where your dwarfs were massacred by a cave alligator. A cave crocodile, yeah. Cave crocodiles lay an absurd number of eggs. I know that's like a kind of a random thing to just state, but like they lay absurd numbers of eggs. Like insane numbers of eggs. You know, actually, let's do bars along the back and front of this. Let's do aluminum. It's starting to rain? Is it now? It's that time of year. I mean, you know what they say, April showers bring slightly more spring flowers. Even though it's not April yet, I'm aware of this. This is true, Elfie. You are, in fact, small bean. New goal for your next fort. No birds, only crocodiles. Most of your meals will be made with eggs. Just go read how many legs they lay. How many eggs they lay. Wow, that's a oddly difficult sentence to say. First wedding in new fort. That's something I'm still waiting on. I'm still trying to get these dwarves to fall in love. Although I will say, Tellin Artho and Can't Find My Zombie have hooked up. So I do have a necromancy couple though, which is good. Also, GeoTrek is getting bored after watching performances. You douche. You dickbag. What a big meanie. Is there a reason to not just turn your boulders into blocks? Are you asking me why I'm not doing that? Or are you asking if there isn't a reason? Well, once something has been made into a block, you can't make it into a craft. So once it's made into a block, you can't make it into a piece of furniture. Once it's made into a block, you can't make it into, something else. Bellinair, thank you very much for the raid. Appreciate you. It's been a minute since we had a raid. Quite a bit of time ago. Chatroom, can I get a round of beers? Also, blocks, just as a side notice about blocks, blocks make smooth walls. When you make walls, boulders make rough walls. That's something that the game won't tell you, and you will not notice any difference in Fortress mode anyway. But in Adventure mode, rough walls are way easier to climb. Basically meaning it's way easier for enemies to get into your fort if you make your walls out of boulders. Is the simple version. But seriously, Balliner, thank you so much for the raid, dude. I hope that your stream was good. What were you guys up to today? I basically just woke up and turned the stream on this morning, so I didn't actually look at what anybody was doing. But I hope you had a good stream. And thank you very much for the raid, seriously. If you guys don't know Bellinair, he's a lovely Finnish lad who plays a variety of video games, and will probably be playing Dwarf Fortress again in a month, hopefully, if I can convince him. Dwarf Fortress was one of the first games he ever streamed. So he does come back every now and again. This one is by far the most in-depth. I mean, it's the granddaddy of all colony sims. The great granddaddy Dwarf Fort. I'm making a front door right now, which is the entirety of this project currently. No. It's one legendary game, that's for sure. Although I gotta say, I still think my favorite Dwarf Fortress reference in another game is in Borderlands. I can't remember which Borderlands because there's too many of those stupid video games. I think it might have just been Borderlands 2, the second one they made. There was a Masterwork crossbow, which literally just had a Dwarf Fortress description. I love that shit. It's my favorite Dwarf Fortress reference in another video game. Just because it's just yo, there's just a crossbow that just reads like Dwarf Fort. And it fits the game as well. So it's it's the sort of thing that you would never clue in on the fact that it's a reference to a different video game unless you get the reference, which is the best kind of reference. I'm wondering if Embracer's gonna actually sell them. Because Embracer's been talking about divesting of some of its projects or things because they're a big bunch of idiots that buy everything. All right, we've got an army seeking a parlay. But we are waiting on several of my dwarves to leave the map. So we will wait for them to leave first. What? Didn't read what that said. But let's see. How many gubbins we got? Why did somebody just walk in and immediately drop their axe and shield? It's definitely possible. That or we just left it there from previous siege. This one seems okay. People are still appearing. I was gonna say this siege seems smaller than the last one, but they're still wandering onto the map. Are you guys? Where are you guys from? They're from the Low Fiend. I know they have trolls. Send your goddamn trolls. I want to fight trolls. I haven't fought trolls in over a year, aside from random wild ones. I know that you have them. The heck of a siege. It's smaller than the last one. Okay, where's Edom? Can you not walk or something? Nope, you're just a big ol' weakling. Got it. Fuck is what? Game is trolling me? Ah, constantly, yes. Dwarf Fortress is just like sitting in the back, pointing, going, heh, all the time. What are we talking about, Douglas? What is what? This siege? It's a goblin army, clearly. Actually, I wonder, is there anybody important in this army? Uh-oh. I've got a ghost I gotta deal with. I'm looking for dwarves with longer names. Or titles. Or blinking ones. Because sometimes they have relations, and if they have relations, then they're a legendary figure. Usually it says that they have friends or family or lovers. It's real fun when you start getting attacked by, or when you get attacked by goblins that have lovers, and then you can be like, oh, we killed your parents previously. Well, rip, I suppose. Okay, where are you at, Dwarf? You move V-slow. Okay, so since that's happening, we're gonna have to get all these dwarves inside. Let's just do this real quick. Get all this basalt removed. And by that I mean these basalt blocks. Because there's a lot of basalt blocks just around here randomly. I'd like to get rid of them. 29. 17. 6, perfect. I just want to get rid of these blocks. Greetings, Curry Boglin. How thing? The guy that has the highest chance of dropping a masterwork call is called Urist Mick Enforcer. What, in your fort? What are they enforcing? You know, I didn't realize this statue was built because apparently Billin's statues almost look opaque to me. I only just realized that it's built. I was sitting there going like, when are they going to place that statue? I kept on thinking to myself like, yeah, they haven't placed that statue yet. Weird. Because they almost look opaque when you zoom out a little bit. All right, let's do that. Let's do that. And quartzite. And quartzite. And quartzite. And also might as well just do quartzite. Oh, okay. I understand what you're talking about now. I did not know that. I didn't know that bit. Having never played Borderlands, it just wasn't a franchise that ever really appealed to me. It's kind of interesting learning things about it third party through Twitch chat. All right. My squad's back yet? Okay, everybody's left. I need those 2 squads to come back before I can initiate the fight. I have to be a little bit careful. I think that this is one of the cooler entrances to a fort I've built. I don't mean to brag or nothing, but this thing looks awesome. So far. Yeah, I mean, accidentally unbuilt you. There you go. But this just looks rad. This whole thing. I should like surround all of the pink areas with windows. Maybe on just on one tile in the pink bits. Because that just looks super cool. Just looks super cool. I don't know. I've just been enjoying this fort too much. Chad, do you have a favorite fort that you've ever built? Like a fort that you think back on fondly and go, man, I wish I could do that again. Because I do. An ad's about to pop. I will stop talking, and when it pops, there it goes. Bah. So Chad, it's your turn first. I'll talk about mine once the ad is over. But I have a particularly memorable fort that just has a particularly memorable name. It was a very long time ago, and I will never get to recreate that fort. Or, I mean, I could build a fort in a similar area, but he made one of the flower-shaped vertical entry rooms. Okay, cool. It's sort of like what I did with Waterlungs, where I had like those pinwheels or whatever for the bedrooms that were like walking down. Yeah, sure, but yay! Fucking Google finally sent me my tax documents. Hallelujah. I love getting random emails from companies I've never seen before. Because I literally just received an email from a company I've never heard of before. But as far as I'm concerned, doesn't exist. That's just like, we will translate your YouTube videos into podcasts. How about you don't? That'd be cool. Wait, you just had clothes rot off your body? I beg your freaking pardon, kiddo. What? It's been a while ago. My memorable fort was a fort called the Blockade of Fools. It was one of the first cavern forts I ever did in the 3D caverns. And it was on top of, in the middle of the second cavern fort layer. Oh shit, my squads are back, I think. Yep. It was in the middle of the second cavern fort layer. On basically okay, so you know like kind of the shape that volcanoes are? Like this shape? Imagine that, but just like a vertical rock, right? Made almost entirely out of microcline. And it had like gems and stuff in it. And I was burrowing down into that and building my house, my fort in there. And the fortress's name was the Blockade of Fools. And the whole idea was we're going to be the blockade against the entry to the overworld against Forgotten Beasts. But it just had some of the most memorable events ever. Like a child slapping a Forgotten Beast that was made of snow. And it just exploded. It had a Forgotten Beast that I think was just a bubble of water that tried to push a sleeping dwarf off of the edge of like that vertical pillar, and it just did no damage. And the dwarf was just sitting there sleeping, and it was just like pushes him, but the attack lances away, and just did it repeatedly, and then a troglodyte ran past and slapped it, and it exploded. I had a dwarf go into a strange mood and claim a crafts dwarf shop, and then a troll jumped over my wall into the fort and toppled it. Toppled the crafts dwarf shop. And then the dwarf went berserk and killed the troll. It's just stuff like that. Just so many like stupid little things that happened because I made dumb mistakes. I had an elven mayor for a bit that was just a random poet that joined the fort, and I had a goblin in the fort who was real pissed, and he pushed the mayor into the well while tantruming, and then he drowned, and then became mayor. Shit like that. Like I missed that fort. That was a fun fort. Sucked flanks. That's funny. Fire Tower was one of your first streamed forts. Had the whole fort and pillars of the magma sea. Oh, that's pretty rad. Also, I think Mothfall is possibly one of my other most memorable forts. Mothfall was fun just because of how it started. Also one of my audience favorites. So this child is possessed and just claimed a gem cutter's shop. And my soldiers have returned. I'm going to turn this burrow on. Please don't go insane. Sweet. Okay. Okay, child is going to make a perfect gem. That's good. We're going to go up to here and just wait for all the dwarves to run back inside. But while we're doing that, let's see how this pillage went. So I sent 2 squads to attack a human town that is run by goblins with 3,000 population. Okay. Also, the goblin's last name is Bell Squish, and I thought it said Ball Squish. That E looks like an O, okay? Hey, Shady, what up? It's good to see you. You love making an observatory on a mountain and a sanctuary of Valkyrie and RP squads. It's always the specific motivation of forts that hit, yeah. Especially when like you start with a specific motivation and then the dwarves completely change it. Oh, what was it? The death cult fort that I made around Halloween that ended with me putting all of my dwarves onto a platform and pulling a lever and dropping them all into a volcano. That was pretty good. Well, not a volcano, but like a lava tube in the caverns. That was pretty good. That was a real good way to end a fort. Just dropping the entire population into a volcano. So the Veiled Halls attacked the Icy Curse of the Low Fiend at equal hollows. The dwarf Van Ori led the attack, and the defenders were led by the goblin Zosto Bellsquish. Van Ori outmatched the goblin, naturally, with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. The dwarf English clashed with 255 goblins, slaying 10. One of my dwarves slayed 10 goblins. We slay, Van Ori slayed 7 goblins. Their leader was killed by the dwarf Lore. These are just numbers of dwarves that we are slaughtering. Or, no, goblins, not dwarves. My dwarves are just fighting with hundreds of goblins and slaughtering them 10 at a time. 10. Slaying 6, slaying 6. So the main squad is slaying 10, and the dwarves from the main squads are slaying 10. The backup squad is slaying 6, it seems like. Yeah. Van Ori and their squad clashed with the goblins, slaying 7. Crazy neighbor Steve, take over your fortress. What? Also, the last fight we did was Attis, and they clashed with 169 goblins, slaying 6. So there's 160 goblins left there. Now I just need to wait for my dwarves to run back in. More specifically, my elephants to run in. Because elephants move bloody slow. Your trunk is fractured. I gotta say that this elephant is pulling its weight, even with a fractured trunk. How about you? Damn. Damn. Oh, have my necromancers taken over the fortress yet? Well, okay, so yes is the short version. So my duke is a necromancer. And I have made several of my other dwarves, including Bonesaw, my baroness, into a necromancer who wants helms. You want 2 spears. Okay, hold on, I can just make steel spear. I'll make 2. And iron, oops, let's make 10. Iron helms. And let's just jump into the necromancers. The necromancers are stuck currently in a single room by themselves. Although my dude in charge is getting a little bit upset. I may actually need to let him out. Mostly because he wants to acquire something. Yeah, okay, I should let the necromancers out. We'll let these 2 out briefly. Just go get new items. Go get new items and stuff. Gonna go store his stuff in bin and get new stuff. Very important. But essentially, my necromancers are the guys in charge of the fort. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. Telenartho has recently gained a lover who can't find my zombie, who's another one of the necromancers. Geotrak, who's the guy in charge, who I really want to get married, might be incapable of finding love in anything. Even though they're all friends, none of them have become kindred spirits. Bonesaw has become kindred spirit with Geotrak and Scabold. Maybe you'll find some luck eventually. And we also have Scabold, who's the necromancer tavern keeper specifically, who, you know, also quite likes their life and job, but, you know, could be better because things could always be better. But I think it's time to lock this door. But yeah, the crazy neighbors are absolutely slowly taking over the fort. Aww. Kubok, the dwarven child, has created Mostodogsal, an almondine bucket, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Orange. Well, that's adorable. How are you related to Orange, Dwarfus? Orange is your mum. Well, there you go. Orange the Holy Orange. This is an almondine bucket. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. This object is adorned with hanging rings of almondine. Okay, so where's Orange's bedroom? Your bedroom is very full. I think we should give that to you. The almondine bucket. The fancy bucket. Let's also check this. Close this. I'm gonna go right here, right? Yes. Sweet. We're gonna put this bucket in Orange's bedroom. You picked up a cassette, just don't drop it. What'd you buy? Okay. So these 2 squads are just going to go into constant training. And since they're locked inside, I'm actually going to get them to go update their gear. And then I'm going to go up to here and do this. No. I do not accept your goddamn parlay. We're also going to lock this door so that dwarves don't become mashed potatoes in my minecart nightmares. And now leave 8. For the big-ass siege. Oh, also something I keep forgetting to do is memorialize that fucking ghost that I've had floating around for a while. Oh. Apparently I haven't memorialized the ghost at all, which is part of the reason why it's angry at me, clearly. Where undead do be? Olon. Ghostly Marks Dwarf. I'd swear that I already made one of these. There you are. I swear I already made one of those for you, but I suppose not. I don't use auto slab. When I was using some of the DF hack tools, I was using the, what's it called? The one that just makes it way easier to sort them. I was using that, but I've never really used auto slab. Here comes a little goblin army. Man, them just running down the hill is kind of intimidating, I'm not gonna lie. Like, just look at that. There's so many of them, holy shit. These goblins have become a liquid, yeah. All right, so, and as always, it's time to warm up the lava cannons. It's time to heat up the lava cannons. We'll wait for them to hit this guy, and we'll turn the cannons on. I'm actually quite impressed about how many times we have completely recovered moods in this fort. It's like if I just had like one, maybe two mist generators, we'd have like maximum moods. But I'm kind of refusing to do mist generators right now. Just because they're not necessary. And I feel like I kind of, maybe not did the community a disservice, but in a way, maybe I kind of feel like I did the community a disservice by like making way too many of those. Way too many of the, what's it called? Mist generators. Because there's so many people who seem to think that you need them to keep dwarves happy. You do not. They are entirely optional. Yeah, let's let them get to here. Turn it on. They're 100% optional. Like, they can certainly help. But you don't need them. Call it a delicacy. Well, I will say that that would go against Dwarven ethics. But maybe you're not playing an ethically Dwarven fortress. It's time for the cannons. Heat up the magma. My fort looks nice. Thank you. Very nice of you to say. It's very pretty in pink. Dwarf slack time for the win. Yeah, no, if you literally just like pause all jobs and just like give the dwarves a break, it's like the best thing you could possibly do for moods. Really? We managed to not catch any of them on fire with that initial shot. That's really funny. Oh, no, Nate, nope. Okay, that now things are going better. Now things are going better. That's what we're talking about. Just fire everywhere. Lots of gobs to burn. Got one. Wee. Cooka de Goblin. Yeah, pretty much. Yes. Fogo de Goblin. Welcome to the barbecue, motherfuckers. The necromancer can't find my zombie. And the necromancer Tell and Artho have married. Congratulations. I think that might actually be the first wedding we've had in this fort. So I would just like to congratulate the one and only Talon Artho and Can't Find My Zombie in their brand new marriage. May you live and love in death. How much cloth do I think I might actually have run out of cloth. So everything is set to be made out of cloth. I'm just gonna remove all of these. And just go to cloth. Just make silk cloth. Let's do yarn hoods. And do 100 of them, because I keep seeing dwarves that have like really crappy hoods that need to be replaced. Steam just had an outage in Europe and you lost all of your... Oh, that sucks. I love online games, eh? I'll be honest, the thing that actually has kept me from buying Helldivers 2 is, like, I realized that it's, like, entirely a battle pass. I was like, oh, man. I'm down for grinding. I don't know if I'm down for that kind of grinding. That game does look really fun, though. I'm not going to deny it. Whoa, there goes one. Shout out to this guy. You right here. This one. Burr. Who got slammed into by lava. Okay. Skids across... Literally skips across like a skipping stone, the lava, slams, multiple goblins jump out of the way, and then I think collides with the ground, but its breastplate eats up the damage, and many goblins jump out of the way of him, and then flaps into the lava. Like, it's just, there's something about that. The little details this game has. Just guys just appearing in lava is just never gonna get old. No, totally. I mean, it's very entertaining to watch. I've heard that. I've watched very little of it. Mostly because it's like, it seems like a very multiplayer game where you kind of need to communicate, and I don't really like watching games like that. Actually, I haven't watched any of it, really. I've watched enough of it to know that I would enjoy it, but... It's a great example of how a terrible game design and company can still make great games. Wait, what? Arrowhead's a terrible company? What? Didn't they make Magicka? Magicka's a great game. Helldivers 1 was also a great game. What happened to you? Oh my god. This goblin got hit by lava, hit by the glob of lava in the head, skips across the magma, landed it, slams into something, like an obstacle, lost their upper arm, which got mashed into an unrecognizable mass, and then stood up and is continuing to walk. Huh. Just map markers? Well, there you go. Yeah, I almost wish that goblin would survive, but they're too deep in. No way in hell. No way in hell. Alright, I should be able to raise the bridges and begin D-Day. Or maybe G-Day. Or Green Day, you know? It was very annoying, yes. I mean, hey, now you're an all-star. Look at all of that. Okay, I'm just gonna set this to ASCII so it's easier to see. all of these yellow tiles are danger tiles. If you step into one of these yellow tiles, you burst into flames instantly and are basically dead. Unless, like, you have a huge container full of, like, alcohol in your inventory, which would, like, evaporate and then put out the fire, because that could happen, and I've seen that happen to dwarves, but I don't think they have that. Like, all of these lava mist tiles, these magma mist tiles, are just, like, guaranteed deaths, basically. Okay, so if I see one of them get past this line here, we'll pull the bridge again. There we go. Honestly, the main reason I installed this bridge setup is just to speed the sieges up, because they're so consistent and frequent. Oh, come on. Dwarves, be quick. Dwarves, be quick. No, I might lose another bear. God damn it. We're gonna lose another bear. Oh, there goes that goblin. Bye, goblin. See ya. Wouldn't want to gob ya. Rest in peace, bear. Where? Oh, wow. Mama is Wolfie. Why are you so far away? God damn it. Oh, this is an example of a dwarf that killed the goblin a bunch of times. How am I doing? Still alive. Still streaming. Doing the thing. That was Big Bang. Also, just as a reminder, chat, there will be a stream tomorrow, because today is going to end up being a little bit of a shorter stream. It'll be like a full work day anyway, but because I feel like I need to stream longer, because I do long streams, you know? There we go. Now let's watch them go wee, spoosh. Gurgle on this. Yeah, goblins. I feel like I need to spice up this trap somehow at some point. Add some things to it, you know? Change her up a little. Let's just lock this. I'll open it up when they're done. Lock them in. Oh, never mind. Siege is over. Let's let them go. I mean, I would run too, honestly. There goes another one. Like, look at these idiots. This goblin's just like, man, how the heck did I get here? Boosh. Let's watch this goblin and see if they make it. Come on, buddy. Friend in front of you just got launched. It's been, you've had better days, that's for sure. All right, well, you ran away because you saw the smoke and it was terrifying. You just saw another friend just get launched in front of you. Oh my God. It's gotta be terrifying. All of the non-lava safe gear does in fact get burned away. So bronze, copper, wood, silver, but iron and steel do not. But as you can see, not all of their armor ends up in the lava. But I have so much of it, like, there's almost no iron on this map. I had over 1,000 iron bars at one point, just from melting down, like, enemy gear. So we are not even remotely short for gear in this fort. Or metal, for that matter. Dwarven child has been found dead. What? Oh. How the... Did they... Oh my God. Holy shit. They've managed to climb in. You know what? I think they deserve a medal for managing to do that. Anyway, we're sending the squads up. It appears that we may be about to lose another child. Urist, the militia Urist is up here. Who's I think one of my Marksdwarf captains. Run away, kiddo! Seeing if I can get my dwarves to help. Trying to get them up here. Come on! What? Oh, did I not tell them to go station? Did I hit the wrong button? I may have hit the wrong button. Go station! God damn it. We need you to save these kids. They're trying to escape. It's actually kind of rad, though. Just this whole bit of, like, some of them managing to climb in. Oh, there goes another child. Aerith is now dead. Rest in peace, Aerith. Dwarves go running through, shredding the goblins. Astos is up at the front, hacking at the goblin crossbowman in the head with the flat of her steel battle axe, but the attack was deflected. Lore here, this sacred sheen, glorious combat dwarf, with 11 confirmed kills, 5 of them being extremely notable. Running directly towards the goblins, probably bashing them with his hammer, no doubt. Bashes the goblin crossbowman in the right upper arm with a steel warhammer. Moving through pieces of bodies. What a horrible sight to behold. Many dwarves died this day. They were unnecessary. We must do better. Speaking of doing better, how's these goblins doing? Oh, all of them are dead, I think. Except for the ones that have left the map. Well, go tell them of our power. I shall seal this off. Our dwarves getting put in tombs. That's something I need to see. You could say that the Metal Gear be solid. Ah. But where's Snake? I'm in an ad break, so I will pause. They've never actually managed to do that before. Like, I've been in this fort for a while. I've left quite a few little holes where they could climb in, but I've never seen them do that, so I'm just surprised more than anything. I was like, wow, they finally did it. Yeah, no, the beauty of using lava as defenses is, yeah, it burns some of the gear away, but it also burns up all of the lava. Zach is called Three Toe because he had a pet, but not chinchilla, guinea pig, and they have 3 toes. And Toady One is called Toady One because he had a pond full of toads at one point. Their finest warrior made it through the death pit, only to be met by 30 guards. Well, I mean, it was a successful insurgency. They took out a couple children. Which is kind of a horrific thing, if you ask me. Prepared beak dog heart. The things you see. I need some tombs. Yeah, they're literally named after pets. One of my favorite things ever is when people who don't like me in YouTube comments tell me to touch grass. Mate, I touch so much grass. I'm practically made of grass at this point. Clino can confirm that Clino enjoys the work I do because Clino can confirm that I have touched grass in the last 5 years. Especially when it's like a video that I uploaded like days or even hours before going camping. Like there's something about that that's just very funny to me. Like, you're telling me to touch grass and you don't even know me. Prefer to smoke grass? I mean, it's not really a good retort, though. There we go. It's attention seeking and craves your touch, yes. You've seen me touch grass while talking to Tarn. You're talking about the photo that Kit Fox posted? Back when we were at PAX? I'm pretty sure I was sitting on concrete in that photo, but it's certainly not an indoor photograph. That much is for sure. It's just so many people's like default insult these days, and it's just very ironic when you use it at me because it just doesn't apply in the slightest. Interesting tomb design, thank you. I'm waiting for someone to tell me that it's triggering like fear of holes phobia or whatever. Because it's kind of doing that to me a little bit, but I still think it looks really cool. It's also like really convenient, so. It's like tritophobia or whatever. All right. Go up to here. Take a real quick glance around, see how many I'm missing. There we go. Grab you, you, and you. Kivish, I'm pretty sure that was a child, actually. All right, let's go along here and unforbid all this. Let's go up to here. Unforbid all this. And let's open this gate. And the front door. And get back to other things, such as attacking the enemy. What, hitting Q and then pressing enter? I mean, it was awkward. I think it was just a very different kind of awkward. With the whole hitting Q and pressing enter thing. I wouldn't say it was like perfect or anything, but it was just a very different kind of finicky. All right. I wonder how many microcline blocks I have. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Not as many as I thought I did, but I got some. Honestly, the bedroom design, though, that I hope people steal is the underground bedroom design that I've done in previous forts, because I honestly think that's my favorite aesthetic for bedrooms, is the bedrooms that I'm doing in this particular fort, where they are like one layer down underground. Trying to think what I can do with this entryway. If I dig underneath these, I could actually just let some lava in here, which would probably look pretty cool. Just have like lava beneath the glass. I need to figure out exactly what the plan for this zone is going to end up being, because at this point I'm not totally sure. I think what I am going to do, though, is I'm going to channel this down here until it cuts off the front of this. Trying to, like, carve the mountain into a different shape, sort of, slowly. This battle axe counts as an axe. Are you asking if they can use it to chop down trees? Yes. So do halberds, apparently. I've never actually seen them use halberds, but apparently, like, woodcutter dwarves can use halberds, which I think is kind of funny. In fact, like, battle axes are the only types of axes dwarves can make, and axe blades can't be used as axes, which isn't confusing at all. And if anybody tells you that it's confusing, tell them it's wrong. They're wrong. No, it's not confusing. And smile and move on with your day. Because no, it's not confusing. God damn it. It's very confusing. Honestly, one of the most confusing, like, wording things in Dwarf Fortress for me was always the boxes, coffers, chests. And boxes aren't bins. It's honestly one of the most confusing portions of this game for me. It's just, like, so absurdly confusing for no reason. Wait, like, wooden training axe can chop down wooden trees? You know, I've never tried that. The more you know. That's very funny. I really would like training axes to actually have a reason to exist in the game again, though. I would love for, like, training injuries to have, like, an effect again. I would like dwarves to be able to hurt each other while training if you use normal weapons, if they're not, like, super skilled. Because, like, combat or training in barracks is just 100% non-lethal. Like, they can't even hurt each other unless something really weird happens. And I kind of wish they could. Yeah. No, it was right when I got back into Dwarf Fortress after only touching it occasionally and, like, started trying to properly learn it. It was around that time that they got changed. Thrones and chairs was easier for me. Mugs, cups, and goblets was also easier for me. I will never fully understand why scrolls are tools, though. I think they still are tools, aren't they? What's up, Warink? It burns away all the annoying leather gear. Yeah, and leather gear is pretty useful in adventure mode, though. Okay, let's drop down to the east layer, down here. And unassign these 3 elephants. And we are gonna keep attacking this huge-ass town. Like, look at this. 3,000 goblins. 3,000. Also, Van Ori, how is your attacking skills going? Master Ambusher. I'm wondering if I can get Van Ori up to a legendary ambusher. You remember very clearly because you were managing all the embark profiles for the starter packs and went through and did the edits. Oh, really? Okay. There's always a danger room. That's not training injuries though. That's just shooting cannons at your dwarves. What? No, I want to have a reason to have 2 different types of uniforms. I want a reason to have training uniforms and non-training uniforms. It's a pretty simple concept, really. I love it when this minecart route actually works and there's just like a barrel sitting there just completely full of plants. Let's just go to bear. and eat a bunch of big-ass bears. Dwarf's open? Oh, absolutely. What kind of dwarf would you like, Wetness? I don't have everything, but I can absolutely give you a dwarf if you would like. Yeah, I also wish that the uniforms had an edit button. It's obviously one of those things where it's like, it would be very cumbersome right now because the game needs some other adjustments, I think, before they would make logical sense. Okay, so I can knock down one more layer. Mostly. Actually, before I start doing that, let's just dig around you. This is a guild hall, if I remember correctly. Just going to replace all of this with quartzite. Particularly a fluid engineer. I can tell you right now, I do not have a fluid engineer. I've got very few scholars in this fort. I could assign one, but while we are collecting books and going to war, I do not have a lot of scholars specifically, and specifically don't have a lot of specified ones because I've been working my ass off to do unrelated things. I don't think they can. I don't know. I don't think scholars act the same way. I know that traveling priests and priests can give sermons. I've never seen a scholar give a lecture, though. We'd have to wait for my squads to come back because they did just leave. But I could do an axe lord, or if you want a scholar, I could assign one. I don't know if they'll necessarily enjoy it, so they'd get unassigned pretty quickly. But if you would like a scholar, I could assign you. I could assign a scholar and give you one. But as far as specifically a fluid engineer, I guarantee you I will not be able to find one of those specifically. Mostly because we have no books about fluids, so I don't know how they would have learned that in the first place. Oopsies, that was the wrong material. Those are boulders, not blocks. You think a frustrated scholar could be fun? The thing is, if they start becoming a super frustrated scholar, I just unassign them as a scholar. Let's see, I've got mechanics. A lot of observers. Do you want a male or female dwarf? Actually, if you see one that jumps out to you, just say so. Just point at them, as long as they're not already named, obviously. This is not the same world as Creature Keepers. I generated a new world after Creature Keepers because of the update that changed how goblin locations work. Male dwarf? Okay. Since these dwarves are digital, does that make it an email dwarf? Okay, so you're not the happiest dwarf in the world? Wow, you've been here for a bit, and you've got all kinds of memories. You have been here for, oh wow, you moved in here in the year 529. It's now the year 540. Most recently, you were shocked reliving suffering the travesty of art defacement. Which you are feeling quite frequently. You also really want to be around friends. So you're quite upset. I'm actually just going to remove your other jobs real quick. You also want to wander. And you would like to be with friends. You have no friends, which is part of the problem. And he is obsessed with details and will often take a great deal of extra time to make sure things are done the right way, and cracks easily under pressure, and is often sad and dejected, has a calm demeanor. He tends to consider what others think of him, and he tends to avoid crowds. He has a sense of humor, and he is quick to anger, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy and often feels envious of others, finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and inhales very deliberately and slowly when he starts getting bored. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill in this dream was realized, probably weaving, I think. He personally holds fairness at the highest He personally holds fairness as one of the highest ideals, despises cheating of any kind, strongly believes a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best, values decorum and dignity and proper behavior, values peace over war, and doesn't feel strongly about the law. You are a member of the Communion of Pregnancy. I remember... Oh, you're one of the first ones to show up with that, actually, because we recently had I remember that we recently had another dwarf show up as part of this group. Were a former member of the Engineers Guild, and now you're a member of the Guild of Poets. And I'm kind of, wait, what is that actually the name of it, or did I misread that? The Guilds of Posts, not Poets. And you're currently socializing. I'm kind of hoping you'll go study, but you're hanging out with the Necromancers. Huh. Interesting. Pretty good dwarf. There you go. Stonecoat, your subscription seems to have run out, which would be why that emote ain't working. Don't forget to take notes, chat. There will be a test at the end of the stream. Okay, let's do this all the way around the edges. It is one of my favorite bits that I do in this stream now that I have that emote. It's just don't forget to take notes. It'll be a test. If you fail the test, you get sent to the circus. Careful, some people want to join the circus. Acrobatics is a pretty cool career path, dude. Also, you probably mentioned this earlier, Orange, but what was the tape you bought? If you responded to that earlier, I completely missed it. So I have Bonesaws stumbling around obliviously, squads of left, or in the process of... Oh, are you not? Again? Okay. This has happened again. You know, honestly, I think them still being in the squad, or listed as being in the squad, but not actually being in the squad is better than just outright leaving the squad. It's just a wee bit annoying when it happens. She is remarkably flimsy. Are you now? Oh, shit. That is a very good record. I gave Orange a portable cassette player this morning. Or not this morning, last night. Because I had an extra one that I got pretty cheap at a thrift shop. Oh. Gotta pass it along. I'm kind of waiting for the day that somebody tantrums and breaks this window, and then it just, like, floods this entire room. It's gonna happen one of these years, eventually. That's slightly precarious looking. I don't know if... I'm assuming dwarves can get down here? You know, actually, let's just do it this way. Let's grab you. Because I was gonna do this ages ago and then keep forgetting. There we go. Getting that dwarf memorialized. Getting all this stuff removed. I'm actually getting kind of curious as to what this would look like in Stone Sense, but if I do load it up in Stone Sense, I'm going to very much make sure that I save the game first. I do not trust that stuff. It's crashed on me one too many times. I'm really curious to see if the player base of Dwarf Fortress is going to go up or go down before the release of Adventure Mode. Like, I wonder how many people are like the way I used to be or are the way I am now. Because back in the day, when games used to get close to big updates, I would actually just like straight up stop playing the game. Because I'd be like, well, I've seen enough of the new stuff. I don't want to play until the new stuff is in. Was always this problem that I had. And now I've kind of gotten over that. I don't do that so much these days. In fact, especially with Dwarf Fortress, I don't do it at all. But for years, I kind of had that feeling where it's like, well, I've seen the trailer for the new thing. I want the new thing now. Curious how many people are like I used to be, or if they're like I am now. Only cost you $2. Where'd you go? You can DM me where you went if you want. Unless it was like a chain store. Well, actually, what did... Yeah, where'd you go? Now I'm curious. What particular shop did you find such a good yes tape at for so cheap? I got Big Generator for $1 though. Also pretty good yes. I told this to my dad not super long ago, but I think Yes might be my Beatles. I don't really like the Beatles. I don't hate them. I respect them. I think their music is very important and very important to like music and pop music in general. But I don't really like listening to the Beatles. Found a moment to sit down. Congratulations on your sit. I hope you're cooking good stuff. And in Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode is your jam. There you go. DM'd it? Okay. Oh, okay. You actually found something at that place? I'm kind of stunned. As somebody who goes to that spot frequently, I'm glad you DM'd it and didn't say it in chat. Their cassettes section is almost always just gnarly country and like nothing else. It's like gnarly country and Christmas music. It's like all they ever have, but hey, not bad. Paul McCartney released one of the worst songs ever? What song? Although Paul McCartney is in one of my favorite videos ever, which is like the most YouTube bullshit video I've seen in a minute, which is Paul McCartney listens to Cannibal Corpse for the first time. Genuinely a great video. He like talks about like the intricate rhythms and how like fascinating they sound. Yep. I mean, really? RIP? I don't know if we should say RIP. Maybe the world is better off for it. No longer being around. I also just kind of hate that song for whatever it's worth. Found it at the entrance. Oh, really? Huh. Neat. Like under the glass or like in the normal cassette section? Cheers, Fire Nice. You have a good night. Or shredded chicken burritos. Today's buttery spaghetti. Hell yeah. Last night was chicken fried rice. Today is chicken fried rice. Oh. Got a war elephant running around here that I didn't realize I had. Oh, you just don't have a pasture. Okay. I had some Alice Cooper and Van Halen. I have quite a bit of Alice Cooper already. Or rather, I have the one that I want, which is trash. No, snatchers. Think of the children. I haven't heard that blip go off the last few times snatchers have shown up. All right, well, I don't have any, like, proper military dwarves, but I can send my marks dwarves in. Holy shit, you have a lot of bags. Chat, why does this snatcher have so many bags? Also, good lord, you are crying a lot. I think. But, like, normally they have, like, one or two. Dude thinks he's walking into an all-you-can-eat buffet. Snatchers are honestly free bags. Oh, totally. Like, I'm always happy when they show up because it's like, oh, hey, shit, free bags. Because bags are, like, one of those things that I kind of forget to make a lot of the time. But, like, why does he have so many? Holy shit. I don't have that many kids in my fort, though. Like, geez. Maybe he's, like, making sure to not skip leg day. He's the Santa Claus of child snatchers. True. You know, if I think that child snatchers would be even better if they also brought toys to lure the children. Could literally just be like Krampus. Krampus mod incoming. A wild Krampus has arrived. An ad break is about to happen. When the ad break happens, I will pause the game. Five cheese lasagna and vegetarian 3-bean chili. You can safely jar and ship the latter. I wonder if that's legal. Canada has really weird laws about shipping food across the border. I found out about all this when, back when I was initially getting way into craft beer, and somebody who watches this stream was offering to ship me beer from the US. And I found out that Canada has a lot of really weird laws when it comes to mailing edible things and drinkable things into Canada. That snatcher was planning to have a whole kindergarten. Yeah, he's like walking into like a grade 1 class going, all right, who's ready? Bop it.
Bop it.
There you go. Bop it. I sense shenanigans happening, Elfie. Yeah, somebody who ships things for a living.
Twist it.
Twist it? I still sense shenanigans. Thanks for the $4 or $3, you two. Yeah, $3. I was gonna say $4, but because Suited Giraffe chucked $1 2 hours ago, and that was the last notification of money. Anyway, thank you very much for the first notifications of money in 4 hours. Not quite 4. Was it 4 hours? 2 hours. I can't read. 2 hours. So Suited Giraffe, thanks for the $1. Elfie, thanks for the $1. Suited Giraffe, thanks for the $1. Orange, thanks for the $1.
Pull it.
Chat's trying to do bop it. I had to listen to chat when they said, like, use green glass, which is, like, the most time-consuming material I could possibly make. Had to listen. Very wise. Oh, this would make this easier if I did it this way. Actually, instead of doing it that way, let's go down to here, forbid all this, go up to here, and just go all the way up to there. Sweet, exactly 40. The number that I have right now. Oh, I've got plenty of bags. And Anonymous, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Adam and starting a hype train. Appreciate you guys. Guys, a hype train has started. If you happen to have a resub or $1 in bits on your account, and you want emotes you don't want, well, didn't know you want, you will receive possibly some hype train emotes if you resub now, or make a new subscription now, or do other things in chat right now that involve throwing money directly at my forehead. The Veiled Halls slipped into El Cuovas undetected by the icy curse of the Low Fiend. We searched the place and stole a bunch of books, including Embraced Cobalt, the Aquamarine Library. Orange, thanks for the pennies. And Merc, thank you very much for the $10. Greatly appreciated. Gazoom, thanks for the $1. We also stole treasure, apparently. I don't see any livestock, though. It's a
Crash
shame.
it.
A bunch of random items, including a panda tooth ring. Well, I mean, I guess we figured out where all the extinct pandas went. We're going to pillage them this time. I'm just going to remember to not be a big dumb and loot other items. And Xaver's son, thank you very much for the 45 pennies. Thank you. There you go. It's your weekend now, Black Flag Redneck. I'm not sure when you said that and when you're headed out, but thank you very much for hanging out today, dude. Goblin's Sword Lady. That, or it's Goblin's Word Slady. One of the two. Thank you very much for the $1. Appreciate you. Orange, thanks for the $10.50. Weren't we discussing the other day that you don't need to give me money? You're good? Or are you paying me back for the tape player? Is that what this is for? All right, dwarves up there doing that. Let's check this. Oh, a force that is both vile and apparently dark has arrived and then immediately left. Lovely. I was gonna say, this militia captain is sleeping here rather than leaving the map. The $10 was for pointing you to Rift Wizard and Path of Acro. Well, Rift Wizard 2 is out on Sunday, so I'm gonna need to stream some Rift Wizard 2 actually, because I actually have access to it already. I've had it for a little bit. I think tomorrow, I need to double check, but I think tomorrow I'm recording an interview with the developer of that. So I recorded an interview with the developer about the first game. Yeah, again, they're just like stacked with bags. Yeah, so we're going to be getting an interview with the developer of Path of Rift Wizard, and also I can't confirm this yet because I don't have a date lined up for it. But I want to record a video with the developer of Rift Wizard and the developer of Path of Acro, just kind of as an excuse to get the two of them into a call together, specifically to talk about inspiration, like video games inspiring each other, basically, and like taking ideas from each other and like playing off each other, and also communicating as developers and marketing your game intelligently so that you don't trample each other. Because apparently they were like communicating behind the scenes quite a bit about when to release their games so that they didn't like cannibalize each other's sales. Space Viking, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Appreciate you, mate. Who just, like, canceled this construction job and dropped their undies on the ground? Who did it? So yeah, working on that. Sorry, you dropped your thong. I mean, it's Suxul's thong. Although loincloth, actually, not thong. I think it's time for us to turn another dwarf into a necromancer. Any volunteers? Actually, let's check something. Right now, my necromancers are one couple. Lady, boy, and lady. We need another male dwarf. Big Bang the Third? Yeah, I think it might actually improve your mood, though. Space Vikings, by the way, thank you very much for that Prime subscription. Chat room, thank you very much for the little hype train. I do greatly appreciate it. It means a lot. Thanks for helping keep this channel funded. Okay, sure. Let's do Big Bang. That's $27 in bits and 2 subscriptions. Really does mean a lot. Okay, so let's follow Big Bang. Currently, you're hauling rotten prepared grizzly bear meat, which is kind of funny. Kind of stuck. Oh, I see. You're gonna go take a nap. That's why you got stuck. This is now the happiest you've been. Well, this isn't a super happy like... Oh. What? It's currently inaccessible. Well, I've managed to make this area wagon inaccessible. That kind of sucks. How can I fix this? Actually, where did they show up? Oh. I think they're just idiots for showing up right where they did. I think that's mostly on you guys, actually. What's up, Gregor? My tutorials have been a real good help. You know, it's funny. I now notice that Steam sales are happening because all the, like, views on my tutorials go up. Like, literally, that is how I notice that there's a Steam sale going on now. Is that the views on my tutorials go brrrr. Well, not like super crazy, but... The elves are telling me to not chop down trees. That's fine. I can do this. That's a good combo, Holy Spokes. It's a very good combo. But thank you for watching the tutorials, Gregor. I'm happy that they're still being useful like a year plus later in some cases. Let's just make sure that this thing still works. And they were like, "Oh, I should watch. I should watch blind tutorials," and then joked saying it'd be incredibly funny if you knew me. Really? That seems kind of tacky. Or kind of goofy, rather, that somebody would say that without knowing that you knew me. They knew that you're in Vancouver. Fair enough. I mean, one of the funniest in like situations where somebody overheard somebody talking about my work was my dad at his job, because he works at in robotics and automation. He has some like younger apprentices that are training under him, and they're like, you know, early 20s, right? Like just out of university mostly, with like, or like some of them still in university, training to like get into robotics, right? And right when Dwarf Fortress was releasing, my dad overheard them talking about Dwarf Fortress and recommending my tutorials to each other, which I think is really funny. My dad said he was really tempted to walk over and be like, "That's my kid," but then like decided not to. Like, yeah, you should have. A diplomat could not complete a meeting and left unhappy. Well, that's a shame. Okay, let's see how Big Bang is doing. Where is you? Okay. Let's turn this burrow on. Give it a little bit of time for those dwarves to leave. I'm actually just gonna straight up sell all of this. Just everything here. High quality or low quality. We're selling a bunch of armor. I'm kind of tired of it just piling up, and I literally can't melt it down fast enough. It's like a very real problem. I literally cannot deconstruct them fast enough. The used clothing and broken armor economy is pretty... And free armor economy is pretty strong with this fort, let me tell you. Here's hoping we get to trade with the dwarves and they don't fail bringing the wagons up the side of the cliff this time. Alright, that should do. Huh! Cheers, Warink. Yeah, there was also somebody in chat once who said that they're on their fourth time watching their way through my really big compilation of all of my tutorial video. And the reason they were watching it for a fourth time was quite simply because they just like listening to it, which is like fair, because I do that. There's videos that I like listening to that I go back and rewatch. The Necromancer High Treasurer of the humans. I like to think that we are attacking that village so that the... actually, you know what? We should ask for whips. That's what I should do. Bring me whips! And also wood, please. I like to think that the reason we are attacking those human villages is to try and liberate them on behalf of our other Necromancer friends. Okay, so who's in here? The Suited Giraffe. You know, I think I'm also going to turn the Suited Giraffe into a Necromancer, because the Suited Giraffe has been in this fort for a while. It can't stand and can't grasp, but I feel like this is kind of a pick-me-up that this dwarf deserves. We've also just gotten a migrant wave, which is fun. But I'm just going to jump back to where those dwarves were and see if I can just lock them in here. Okay, who's in here right now? Big Bang's in here. Sweet. And Suited Giraffe is in here. Okay, let's do this. I just kind of feel bad for your dwarf, so I want to give you a buff. That's all. And they're reciting poetries. Go read the book. Go read the book. Oh, I see also a problem here. I'm gonna forbid all of these. Once you're done reading this, I will forbid this. If he or she has no arms. Huh. Good question. Hi, Manica Racer. What's up? It's still too high, can't reach. I have little arms. Although, actually, hold on. Unforbid this bookcase just so that they can move this book. I guess we'll also figure out if he can read. I'm assuming he can. Interested in being near a completely fine sublime constraint. Restraint. It's basically like a weird cult in this fort. Okay. Anybody want to move the book? Nope. No, you don't. I mean... yeah, this is true. Ah, there you go. Somebody's grabbing it. GeoTrack put it in here. Sweet. Now we wait until one of the two who hasn't read it yet picks it up. Like you. I should make a necromancer squad and just get them training in here. That's something I should do. Let's get them all training in wrestling or something. I mean... do you not want to read? He also said that in my interview before the PC Gamer article was over, and he also said that that's what they were trying to do in the interview I did before. What are my thoughts? I think that is the correct decision. Although, we've already been through the big wait. The big wait was the time between the last major patch and then the release that we just had, which was the premium release. It was the last, like, version 50, right? That was the, you know, last major update, really. Why you no book read? I'm too busy just talking with acquaintances. There you go. Big Bang makes the smart decision and grabs the book. Well, okay, so in the interview that I just did with Tarn, right, on Thursday last week, he states that he has pocket dimensions, right? Which essentially allows you to travel to other theoretically, as he's pitched it in the past, allows you to generate or travel to other worlds that you've generated from within a workshop. Like, sort of like a Mario tunnel. Now, that in and of itself is a pretty small part of the bigger myths and magic promises and the stuff that they've discussed wanting to do for a very long time. I have a question. If there was an update to Dwarf Fortress that, let's just say, added some adventure mode stuff, added some legends mode stuff, and some fortress mode stuff, and also fucking pocket dimensions, would that be an update that people are excited about, or do you think that would be a non-update that nobody really cared about? Because I have a feeling, this is just a hunch, slight suspicion possibly, that might get people excited. No, they turn, yeah, they only turn purple when they put the book down, which is kind of funny. So, like, I mean, some updates aren't going to get much excitement around them, right? Like, if it's just another performance update, which admittedly get me very excited, but I could understand why it wouldn't necessarily get everybody all that excited. Sure, I could see why that wouldn't be super exciting for some people. But, like, if we're talking about more frequent minor updates, I think that's better for the health of the player base as a whole. Well, I mean, sure, but, like, we are staring down the barrel of potentially getting procedural potions, right? In Fortress and Adventure mode sometime this year. That's going to be stupidly exciting for people who are playing the game. I mean, is it this big expansion titled update? Maybe not, but, like, mechanically it'll change the game quite considerably. And I personally would prefer that kind of cadence to updates. Is there any heavy stuff that I can trade for? What kind of random animals did they bring me? I can just slaughter everything that's in a cage. It's fine. By finding liquid, yeah. You must find this recent interview on the YouTubes. It's like 2 videos old on my YouTube channel. It's pretty easy to find. But yeah, I honestly feel that it will be better for the health of the game as a whole. So come on, dwarfs. And dwarfs. Dwarfs. But it's all good at 800M. I don't have much time left in the day anyway. This dwarf is a very slow reader, turns out. Let's see how Big Bang is feeling. I'm going to also put that temple back, or not temple, that tavern back. I think I should make them a temple at some point, so that they can just sit there and socialize. Big Bang, you can make some friends now, finally. Isn't that exciting? Oh, actually, hold up. I do need to keep this locked for a second. Because once this dwarf is done reading, we need to put it back onto this. But I don't know, Chad, how do you feel about the update cadence to Dwarf Fort? I mean, like, I think one of the longtime negatives that this game has had surrounding it is that the development is really slow. Largely the reason the development was really slow is because Tarn would plot out for this very ambitious, massive expansion pack, go start working on it, get distracted halfway through working on it, and then go work on something else instead. Which I don't think was ever great for the actual, like, health of the community in the long run. I think that was always a little bit of a negative, generally. Did you fall asleep instead of finish reading? Oh my Christ, that's funny. And this dwarf, instead of finishing reading the book, literally fell asleep. Oh, you poor little fucker. You poor goddamn soul. Yeah, I mean, they can still... It would be like... I mean, this is how I would do it if I was working at Kit Fox, is I would want the update that comes in with procedural potions to be called Myths and Magic Episode 1. You know, like I would call them episodes or something like that. Or like major patch part 1 or something along those lines. Did I just have some dwarves die? Because I think my population has dropped. Yeah, I'm going crazy. So I think that, like, I think you absolutely could do it. And you could also have pretty clear roadmaps. So you could have, like, all of the planned features for, let's just say, myths and magic, right? Just a list of them. And then every single update, they could just be like, this is now in, right? This is coming next. This is now in. This is coming next. This is now in, etc. And I think that there is a way that you could do that that would be really satisfying both for the people playing, because you could pretty easily follow what's coming and what's happening. But I think it would also be a good way for dwarves to keep up. Could you be a poet? I don't think I have any poets. No, I do not. Do I even have any performers? I have a definitely not actually a militia captain performer. Hold on, let me check something. I don't have much time left. I have to get to a strata meeting pretty soon, so we're going to have to raid somebody, but... This dwarf. Dap it. Here, you can have this dwarf. Severian? Wolfie. Severian Wolfie. Is in a constant state of internal rage, is impervious to the effects of stress, truly fulfilled by assisting those in need, though he wishes this were not the case, as he considers altruism foolish. He very rarely develops negative feelings towards things, only rarely feels strong cravings or urges, desires little for himself in the way of possessions, and he lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and he often feels discouraged, prefers everyone lives as harmoniously as possible, and tends to consider what others think of him. He is brave in the face of imminent danger and is assertive, does not easily hate or does not easily fall in love, and rarely develops positive sentiments, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. When he's bored, he constantly rolls his eyes and he exhales sharply when he gets angry. I hope this works. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally thinks that the entire concept of sacrifice for others is truly disgusting, believes that the acquisition and use of power over others is the ideal goal in life, worthy of the highest respect, believes that peace is preferable to war, and respects perseverance, and doesn't care about nature one way or another. Likes horn silver, electrum, dementoid, which is a type of gem, green glass, toad leather, and nautilus shell, the color lavender, gauntlets, blind cave bears for their drooping ears, and the words of the certainty of directions and the sight of the festive bewilderment, and when possible prefers to consume mango wine, rye flour, and absolutely hates oysters. You have a lover who doesn't live here and no friends. You used to be a member of the Vigorous Syrup and the Cult of Festivals, but you are now a member of the Living Fire, which is us. Welcome to the fortress. And you've killed 6 humans because you used to be in my military. Okay, let's see, still reading the goddamn book, man. It's like, here's the challenge. Do not starve to death or die of thirst while reading The Secrets of Life and Death. Come on, Dwarf. It is like 80 pages, isn't it? It's 85-page manual. It's probably just like a technical manual with all of the science with no actual, entertainment value to reading it. It's probably just like one of the driest, least interesting books you could read. Meanwhile, these dwarves are, reciting poetry and talking, and some of them are a little bored, but amused. Well, hey, there you go. Doesn't feel anything after talking with an acquaintance. You are such a brutishly mean dwarf. This is what I get for trying to get you married, hey? These two got married. No? These two. But Big Bang, how are you doing so far? Friends with Tell and Artha? Well, that's good. Still reading the goddamn book. Stone, we're currently playing the game of, is this dwarf going to finish reading this book or die of thirst first? They already fell asleep halfway through it once. So, you know. They're also, by the way, naked with 2 crowns on their head. Although you have read many books before, so it's not like they can't read. He's dehydrated. Come on, Dwarf. You got this, man. Come on, Dwarf. You got this, man. Come on, Dwarf. You got this, dude. You got this. I got faith in you. Mostly. I think. Please? You know, like sometime this year? You got this, dude. They're trying to give him water, too. That's the funny thing. Any more necromancers? We just necromanced Big Bang. And I'm trying to necromance this dwarf. However, he can't walk and he can't use his hands. And he's now given up. So I think that is a sign that we should let that dwarf maybe not become a necromancer today. Maybe a different day. Suited giraffe, you can join this zone and leave this one, and I will unlock this because he's literally given up trying to read and is instead trying to eat like a random dying dead animal on the ground. So we will let him out for the time being. Now that the book is back where it's supposed to be, I will unforbid these. And chat room, I have a strata meeting to go to. So I'm going to call it here. I think today was... Oh, shit, that squad just returned. How did we do? That's the other thing I really wanted to see. Okay, we had a strong positional advantage. It's continuing to fight with those 200 goblins. Hundreds and hundreds of goblins. Every single time they're slaying between 7 and 10 goblins. Slaying 10, slaying 10, slaying 7. Hell yeah. So we're down to 161 goblins there. We'll keep fighting. All right, chat room. Twitch chat, it's time to say goodnight. YouTube, I'm going to shut you guys down now. There will be a stream tomorrow. We will be playing some more Fortress mode. And then towards the end of the stream, probably a little earlier than now, I will be playing some Rift Wizard 2. And you guys can try your damnedest if you want to, I don't know, backseat me because I'm too stupid to play that game well. But should be a bit of fun. So tomorrow we will be playing some more of this and some Rift Wizard 2. Have a good night, YouTube. All right, Twitch chat. Let's go raid somebody, shall we? Today's been fun. Most important thing, though, is before we go raid somebody, I would like you guys to do me a huge favor and tell me what's your rating for today's stream? Out of 10. Okay, so there's a zombie VTuber streaming Dwarf Fortress. How do I feel about zombie VTuber? You guys want to rate a zombie VTuber? I got crazy eyes. I'm gonna go get some music once the game is finished.